I nap, so. What's my stuff? What's going on? Alphabetical order? Oh. Running Maryland, bro. He said, you can't find no rain in Maryland. Like, don't rain go everywhere? 6 miles. Yeah, I said so far. I thought you was talking about rain. I said, you mean tell me you can't find rain in Maryland? I thought that's all it is, rain up there. It's a very bad connection. Y'all still hear me? What did I call it at first? I called something. Don't even remember. Move, ducks, move! Hey, man. Get out the road, you stupid ducks. Those stupid ducks taking their sweet time like I'm gonna run y'all over. Move, nigga. Hey. You don't got Dominion over there. Everybody got Dominion over there, you little dumb beast. Still good, you heard me? Oh, stupid. Still good, you heard me? Oh, stupid ducks in the road, man. Enough about drill music. Let's go inside. Well, now I'm not driving, so we was doing the Destin Ministries backpack giveaway. We was picking up the supplies today. I was live streaming it a little earlier, you know what I'm saying? But I had to keep putting it on pause, man, because I had to keep grabbing the stuff and then taking it inside and stuff like that, you know what I'm saying? So, best believe Mama took a lot of pictures. They took some pictures, so I'm going to be posting them, you know what I mean? So, anything to help our community out, man, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh, more than my little kids, Stevie love the kids sometimes. Like I said, at least we doing something for our community, unlike your local nigga. Boy, local stupid nigga ain't doing nothing. Top that! Open up. What stupid doors? Trying to catch this barbershop before they close, man. I'm trying to get all of this clean, man. Just need to get trimmed up. I ran and stopped in and saw my styles today. Oh, she's like, what's up? What is this? She said, yeah. She said, it's good to see you after all this time. I said, girl, I ain't had an appointment with you in almost a year. Internet here is extremely bad too, so I know. That service here sucks. What talking, man? See if I can catch the barbershop before they close. Go crazy. Go 80. Go baby. Go baby. Go lady. Go 80. Stone 80. Stone baby. What we gonna do over here? It's signal here real bad, y'all, so it might keep messing up. Where's the barbershop at? Did I pass it? Are they closed? I feel like I just passed it up. I think I did. Hold on, let's go over. Well, I was trying to go get a lineup, man. Trying to get my stuff all trimmed up. So when I get my locks redone, it's gonna be fresh and stuff, you know what I'm saying? I forgot what a barbershop is in here, man. Dun, dun, dun. Go to Claire's and get some more earrings. Claire's. Oh, it's stinking. It smells like poo water. Like the actual poo. Hey, what's this? Vacation for 2, Bahamas. What y'all think? Y'all finna go to Bahamas? So I know I'm going, but who can I take for free? I wonder who's gonna go with me. All right. Well. How's that? We back or we live? What is that smell, man? That smell stinks. Ugh. Ow. Ouch. Hello. Hello. I just like to get two more of your double deuces. Just get both of them this flavor. That one right there. Uh huh. Thank you. You too. All right, so I'm trying to figure out where I'm parked at. Did I park over here? You hear me? That's what we're gonna get next on our custom pieces right there. Gonna get them. Probably get those. I didn't know they did custom jewels here, man. I was getting mine imported from Houston when I lived in Kentucky. Man, pretty cool. Stuff do we pricing? That's what I had yesterday. Yeah, that's food right here, good. Gotta get some more of that Cuban food. Boy, that food is fire, dude. Well, I was trying to come here and get my hair done, man. Get a shape up. This barbershop only got one person in here now, so I'm like, you ain't gonna be able to get nothing done today. So I'm gonna have to wait. But came and got me some snacks. I figured we head on back downtown maybe. I'll just get out and talk, go somewhere for a minute, man, go do something. So did I park over the side? Did I park over? You know, I forgot where I parked at. No, I don't think I did. What side I park on? Maybe I parked on the other side. I don't know. Let's go back. Just some American cookies. Got me my double deuces. Those are the cookies with the icing in the middle. It's like a cookie sandwich. So I was talking about something on here earlier, man. I had to keep restarting my stream, man. I had to keep going off and come back on. So I was on my third stream today. But I was asking people a question. I said, have you ever thought about, like, I guess life or something, you know what I mean? Like, you look at yourself like now versus back then, you know what I mean? And pretty much, I guess, practically what I'm trying to say is, like, I guess after you get out of something, like a breakup or a relationship or something like that, and then you look at yourself like a year in advance or so, and you, like, trying to think, you know what I'm saying, like, how you was. If I'm trying to make it make sense, you know what I'm saying? Like, but basically, you looking at yourself in the future, and you like, I don't really feel like that no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was terrible. You know, you look at certain places you went, certain things you used to do, and you look back at it now in the future, you just like, man, that's old me. You know what I'm saying? That's the dead version of me that don't even exist no more. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what I be feeling, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, like I'm trying to make it make sense. My signal might cut off over here, y'all. It sucks over here, but I'm just trying to get out. Where did I come in at? I think I came in over here. Let me see. Basically, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, man, I felt that, you know, a lot. You think about some stuff, and you look at yourself, you like, man, I really do, like, feel different. You know what I'm saying? Like, did I come in this way? I'm trying to remember what way I came in. Um, Practically, you just look at yourself. You like, do you know what it's gonna be like in the future? Like, do you know you're not gonna feel like this for forever? You know what I mean? Like a year is a long time away, especially after you get out of something. You know what I'm saying? And then you look at yourself. You like, man, I feel like redeemed or something. You know what I'm saying? So you might not even remember. You know what I mean? Like it hit different. You know what I'm saying? Like, but yeah, I've been feeling depressed. But ever since I made a decision to leave, I feel different in a positive. Ever since I made a decision to leave, I feel different in a positive way. Yeah, true. I guess what I'm saying is like, body. You know what I'm saying? Nigga. Yo, can y'all still hear me? You still hear me? Because this freaking reception, I gotta get out this crap mall, man. Like, this reception sucks, dude. Like, it sucks. Y'all still hear me? Because this, I'm tired of this internet in this mall. This internet sucks again. Where I park at? I think I parked over there. Hold on. Let me just restart it. Okay, there we go. Basically, like I was saying, if I was so rudely interrupted by this little stupid stream, I said I'll give you an example. So basically, how before I moved from here, man, I was in a relationship. You know what I'm saying? I was with somebody that I liked, and it wasn't just any type of relationship. It was serious. You know what I'm saying? It was getting real serious. You know what I mean? Like, so hold on. I like his badge. Let me take a picture. I had to get that picture. But basically, like I said, you know, last I was with somebody, and you know, we was feeling each other heavy. You know what I'm saying? And so I had no idea what my life was about to be like. You know what I'm saying? And when I moved and I was going through that stuff, you know what I'm saying, and it was the start of a new beginning. You know what I mean? But in order for that new beginning to happen, man, I had to go through that breakup. You know what I mean? And so it was something that I didn't like. But part of me kind of knew it had to happen because I said, I don't think this is going to work. You know what I'm saying? But it's like the stuff that you're not ready to give up yet. You know what I'm saying? But you know you got to give it up, but you ain't ready to give it up. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of what I was feeling. You know what I mean? And so it took me a while, man. It took me about 6 to 7 to 8 months or so to kind of get over, which usually is really rare for me because, like I said, I'm a Negro. I don't be holding up nothing, man. Like, I'm over you. You know what I'm saying? Like, usually it didn't take me more than like 2 weeks to get past something. You know what I'm saying? But it was taking me like 6 months. You know what I'm saying? Like, and in the time, in the moment, like I said, I didn't know nothing, man. I was upset. We both was. You know, I was in my feelings about some things. But then I look back at it, I'm just like, that was 3 years ago, you know what I'm saying? So like, even when I come, like I was saying that earlier in an analogy, like I'm trying to make all this make sense. I'm gonna put it in ways that y'all can understand. But like I said, you know, I used to watch a show on the CW called Arrow, if y'all know what show I'm talking about, the Green Arrow. And basically the show takes place like 5 years after he was abandoned on the island, you know what I'm saying? Like, it still shows flashbacks, it tells a story, like modern and previous. And so when the modern story comes, it's related to a lot of the previous story, you know what I'm saying? So he'll go to certain places, like he was stranded on the island for like 5 years. So when the modern story comes that's relatable, he'll be in the same spot, or the same island, or same city, or whatever he was 5 years ago, you know what I'm saying? And so he's looking at all his old stuff, all like the past life that he had, you know what I'm saying? Versus now, it's modern, you know what I'm saying? So there's a story on there where on the island there's like a sunken ship. So modern story, they showed some of the modern story before the previous. And so when they was over there, they saw the ship that was sunken. You never really have a backstory on it, you know what I'm saying? And then when they started getting deeper on it, and they was talking about one of the characters that was on that ship when they was doing it, and I said, maybe Buddy's got a cure, where is he? He was like, he's dead. But on the story that he was telling previous, the guy was still alive. He didn't show how he died yet. And so as the story shows, it keeps, like, basically what I'm trying to say is, like, the previous stuff that happened versus the stuff that afterwards. You know what I'm saying? So basically saying like how back then, like how was you feeling back then in that time in the same spot versus how you was feeling now, modern day in that same spot. So I feel like the same thing when I come to Louisville, you know what I'm saying? Like I look at all the places I used to go, man, all the places I used to turn up at and party and, you know, just be with idiot people, man, and you know, relationships and stuff like that. And I look at myself 3-4 years later and I'm like, man, I don't even recognize this, man. I don't even recognize that same guy. You know what I mean? Like I had no idea in the future I was gonna be like this, you know what I'm saying? Like I was gonna be over this, I passed this, you know what I'm saying? That's why I'm not done mentally before physically. It's just disappointing when you give up. Yeah, true. Yeah, I think it's a well-known fact when it comes to women, you know what I'm saying? Because dudes is dumb. But like I said, you know, that's the way I look at it. I'm just like, I feel like that is deeper, you know what I mean? And so you look at your old spots, man, look at your old places you used to go to, and if you move from another city, your old city, all of that, man, you know what I'm saying? And you just think about it, you know what I'm saying? Like when I was going through that, I said, I try to think myself like 6 months to a year in advance. I'm like, oh, you won't feel like this in another year, you know what I'm saying? Then when you get advanced, sometimes you don't think about that, you know what I'm saying? Like, but sometimes it is the stuff, like I said, you ain't stuck on it, but you just think about it, like, you know, what if it would have went that other way? What if I would have never been where I'm at in life, you know what I'm saying? What if, you know, it wouldn't have took that turn, you know what I mean? I'm so short. So I think about it, man, what it's like, what if I would have took that turn, you know what I mean? Like, what if I would have married certain women or certain people, you know what I'm saying? Like, dude, that would have been bad, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. The future's always nerve-wracking because you never know, man. Like I said, the future is the future. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't control it. Well, you can in a way. Like, you can control, I think, some of your destiny. But it's like the future's still the future, though, man. You know what I'm saying? So everybody's kind of nervous about that, you know what I mean? So like I said, believe me, it's called Welcome to the Club, you know? But, let me see how I get downtown. Hold on. But like I said, man, I'm like, honestly, just the mindset and the way that you think, you know, you always feel like you ain't gonna never get better than what you are, man. Everybody feels like, yeah, like, oh man, I'm stuck, oh man, I'm cursed or something, you know what I'm saying? Like I remember I couldn't get over that situation for the longest, man. Usually for me, it was like easy, you know what I'm saying? Like I used to not really care that much, you know, but as I look at it now, like, I really realized why some stuff didn't work, man. Why some stuff didn't work with some people, you know what I'm saying? Like they wasn't for you. Like I said, you know, no offense to old girl, but, you know, she just wasn't it. And like I said, the nigga just was a heavy smoker, which again, I ain't knocking nobody, but, and I got it, you know, I understand. I don't ever judge nobody for smoking or nothing, but unless they a nigga, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, she just was immature in that stage, man. She was immature when it came to that. She wasn't ready to give that up, you know what I mean? And she's like, well, I feel like I kind of do want to do this with somebody, because, you know, I ain't never smoked before, but, you know, I would sit and talk to her while she was smoking. I mean, because again, I don't care, man. Weed don't bother me. I don't care about that stuff, man. I ain't never cared about that, you know what I mean? If you be honest, man, cigarettes are worse than weed. I don't know how people smoke. Those should be illegal instead of weed. I don't know how. We still stink, but cigarettes stink. Like, that smell like literal death burning, man. It smell like bowling alleys and old people, you feel me? I said, man, I ain't even, you know what I mean? But I ain't messing with nobody and I ain't knocking. I'm just like, again, I understand, you feel me? I stink on it. Right, I'm just like, you know, like I said, she never did force her smoking habits on me. I never did force my soberness on her, you know what I'm saying? And so she was still young-minded. She was mature, but she's still young-minded. She wanted to still kind of do the party lifestyle, you know what I'm saying? Like, still want to, you know, not like party, but just kind of like, you know, they did want to go to some of those raves and them Rolling Louds and stuff like that. And they do be taking that, like, some of them will take like that, like, speed or that, not PCP, but like ecstasy and all that, you know, like on party drugs and stuff. They love that type stuff. And I'm just like, you know, again, it ain't for me, but I ain't gonna knock you. I said, as long as you ain't doing like heroin or, you know, meth, which is super hard to get off of. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't be doing the white people drug. But as I said, you know, I'm like, gotta have a way of kind of touching their heart. Like, it ain't up to me. It ain't got nothing to do with me. So they was like, well, I want to kind of do that with somebody. I'm like, okay, well, if you want to go get a nigga to go get high with, man, there's plenty of niggas. Like, go do it. Like, I'm not gonna stop you from wanting to go get your high, bro. Like, I don't got time for it. You know what I'm saying? And then I realized, I'm like, that wouldn't have brought out the best part of me, man. A nigga would have. I'm saying all this led up to YouTube, man. All this eventually led up to what I'm doing now. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, bump YouTube. I don't even like YouTube no more. I'm doing stuff past that. YouTube sucks. You know what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, I kind of wish I would have took the other path, so I ain't do YouTube. I wouldn't do this crap. You know what I'm saying? Deal with these niggas. So that's why I said, man, I just been on my own thing, my own way, you know. But I had to make certain decisions, certain choices, man. Everybody had to make the hard call. They had to make the hard call. Like 3 years ago, just thinking about like, whoa, what it was like, and going to certain, like I said, I ride up a certain street. Because Daddy's in that cemetery right there on the left, and then you keep going straight right there, like straight up there. That's where my hairstylist is. I go over there for those reasons, you know what I'm saying? But that street right there, it's party central. That's where everybody was partying at, man. I hate that street. I hate even riding up there. I go around like the back way because I don't even like riding in the middle of it. It brings back a lot of just trashy memories. I don't like this stuff, you know what I'm saying? Make you feel bad, you know what I'm saying? And so I look at it now and I'm just like, man, I remember I used to think I was in love over here. I was feeling some type of way. And I'm like, man, I don't even care about this stuff anymore, you know what I'm saying? Like, but you still, like I said, I still got love people, you know what I'm saying? Like, I ain't gonna never forget a lot of people because they was part of my life at that time, the time that I needed it, you know what I'm saying? And whether they remember you, it don't really matter because, like I said, I don't want to know you no more, you know what I mean? Like I said, I purposely don't want to know people. That's why you gotta block it, man. Sometimes you gotta unadd people and unfriend them. Like, I don't want to see you no more, man. I ain't cool with you like that. You feel me? Like, I said, I ain't gonna never move on in life. I keep looking at what you doing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't like that stuff. You know. And sometimes you gotta do what's best. Just like how they made a decision that was best for them, I gotta make a decision that's best for me. Like, no, I don't want to be friends with you. You feel me? Like, we could have still been cool, but I was like, no, I don't want to. I'm just like, bro, again, I'm not cool with people, man, who play around, people that can't. It wasn't a serious issue, but it was like, I mean, if you can be honest and talk to me, like, I can't be friends. Feelings are too deep. You already in your feels, crying first. I'm like, so I'm like, I ain't, I don't think it's a good idea. You know what I mean? So, I don't know. Well, you'd be surprised, man. Some people, they never recover, man. They never recover. You know? They've been dealing with heartbreak since high school. I'm like, who's still holding high school crap? You know what I'm saying? Like, some people really like that, y'all. They never recover from heartbreak, disappointment. I said, listen, I've been upset for a long time. A nigga ain't never been stuck, though. I will tell you that. I always been like, hey, let's move on. And it used to be really exciting me because I'm like, well, I mean, you gone and that sucks, and I ain't really thinking about nobody else right now. But I said, but I'm already kind of weighing my options. Like, well, I get to go get, And I said, I'm just that type of dude. I'm just like, look, man, I don't have time to waste on you. I ain't got time to sit right there and waste. Like, if I'm talking to a white girl and she don't like me, I'm like, well, bro, I can go get a Croatian, man. I'm talking to a black girl, she don't like me, well, I can go get Nigerian. Like, they don't care. I got all type of options. It's like, all right, well, it's time to go sample half word anyway. It's like, all right, well, if that's how you want me. You know what I'm saying? Like you're in the moment, you ain't thinking about it. But I'm like, honestly, I kind of always have. I'm just like, well, you was kind of getting tiresome anyways, man. You was saying a lot of stupid stuff coming out your mouth anyways, man. Like, some of them like, girl, you letting yourself go? Starting to gain weight. Like, nigga, you look, girl, please. Egg me up. I ain't even want that. You gotta find a reason why you wouldn't still talk to her. Like, yeah, that's why, well, you're a whore. Like, well, you're a sicko. That's why I would keep talking to her. Like, yeah, you gotta make up something why you wouldn't still be cool with them. I'm like, deep in my mind, I'm just hurt. I'm just hurt inside. But now, a lot of it's just like, bro, it's stupid. It's like, I don't got time for this. Again, you know what you want. So if somebody is not in that same type of timing, well, so be it, man. Like, I mean, whatever. Like, I'm gonna find somebody to do, you know. And that's why I was saying earlier about, like, you know, you look at it now, but you still think about it. You just like, man, like, that was part of my life. Like, what if I would have went the other route? You know what I'm saying? Because I'm like, I was already kind of like, well, maybe I moved to San Antonio too fast, man. I said, maybe I need to take it slow. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I just need to get out the city for a little bit because it was more of a feeling or something. I'm like, nigga, please. I was trying to give myself a reason to, like, move back. And I thought, well, maybe if I move back, man, like, we can still have this, man, and have a great relationship and stuff. Because I said the only reason they kind of fell out was because I was moving. You know what I'm saying? I didn't realize, like, even when you do that, women still made it matter, bro. Like, women, when they say they done, they done. I said, boy, you better not ever move back for no floozy. I'll never move back for a hole. Like, boy, don't ever do that. That's why I said, listen, man, I love women, but women are not worth it. They are not. They really not. Like, don't give up your life, man, because somebody refuses to do stuff. I said, bro, at some point, both of us got to do something. I said, I can't be the only one doing all of this, man. You know what I'm saying? I done spent all this money to move here. I was going to let the nigga come out there with me. I said, bro, I was going to let you come out here for a couple of weeks. You know what I'm saying? I was going back to Louisville 2 weeks. I was like, look, you come with me, man, stay with me for 2 weeks. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was going to pay penny out of pocket for everything. Like, literally, I was going to do this. You know what I'm saying? Because when a man is serious, he's willing to do whatever. Because the reason I was going to do this, because, like I said, I know she ain't no gold digger. Like, the women I talked to was never bad women. So, I never cared about that. Because I said, truth be told, I said, bro, her people is nice. You know what I'm saying? Like, when I would come into town, sometimes I stay with mom, and then sometimes her people, they had a house. They was like, he come stay with us. Like, they didn't even know me. People don't know me, but they love me. I'm trying to tell y'all, bro, people love me. Wherever I go, man, people love me. I got favors. And so they was like, it was somewhere, it wasn't even in Louisville, man. She was staying with her people in Indiana at the time, you know what I'm saying? She was like, is it cool if you come? I was like, yeah, you can stay if you want to. Like, they didn't know me like that. I was like, bro, I'll bring a housewarming gift. I'll bring a bottle of champagne if that's what y'all drink. You know what I'm saying? She's like, yeah, they say it's cool. They say what you want to eat. I was like, man, yeah, mom and daddy never asked us what we want to eat. Start thinking your parents are better than mine. Start thinking your sisters and brothers are cooler than mine. Like, they never asked us what we want to eat. You walk in that house, boy, you smell pinto beans, nigga, you getting a plate full of pinto beans. Ain't no, I would rather, ain't no rather nothing. You gonna get what they serve you. I said, oh man, your mom and dad are cool. I was like, your people are cool, man. My people got issues. They're so strict on everything. But I would go over there from time to time, you know what I'm saying? And so, you know, of course, that's already hard when you just like, okay, you know, we already got a great bond, you know what I'm saying? Like, and then when family gets introduced, that's also another, because like your friends and family get introduced, then it's like the bond is going to grow even stronger. Now, everybody knows about y'all, and everybody asks about y'all, you know what I'm saying? So then when it don't work and people are asking about it, it's just like, some people don't even know what it is, because I mean, obviously ain't nobody business, but when it don't work, now people are just like, hey, what happened to such and such? And then you got to be like, man, you know what I'm saying? Like, I be thinking about it from time to time. Cause like, bro, when I'm serious about something, man, ain't nothing I won't do, man. Ain't nothing I won't do. There's no distance I won't travel. There's no amount of money that I wouldn't spend. If I'm serious, it depends on what it is. Like, I'm for real. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm very for real, right? I said, when you serious about something, man, like, you gonna be for real about it. And that's what also a lot of women don't understand either. You know, I know they deal with that with dudes, but they got to understand, like, bro, this is a two-way street that men have to deal with that with y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like, you won't put your whole 100% in. You know, you always got one foot in, one foot out. Just in case. Y'all do just in case type niggas. Like, nah, man, we got to be all 100 or nothing. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, that's not fair on us, you know? And I said, you can't make up scenarios in your head that didn't exist, man. Because then again, like, I won't be able to love you for you. You feel me? Like... And I said, all right, well, I'm not going to waste my time with you. So, whatever. I was trying to get people to see, like, listen, I'm not here to force you or manipulate you or whatever, but I'm like, I really think you should think before you, like, just do this, because I don't think you fully know what you're doing. Like, you're going to do something that you can't really come back from, or you're going to ruin something that don't really need to be ruined, you know? And you just realize some people, they just don't even care, man. You know what I'm saying? Oh, it's just, I won't really say they always don't care. I just think that people are so, because I really do think people are mental, man. Like, something wrong with it. This don't make no sense. It's so, That's why I said, like, bro, when you're on guard your mind, man, the devil get in, man. I know how the devil was able to get to Eve, man. Like, cause people get in their feels, and once they get in their feels, man, and they already got bad anxiety and trust issues. So when that stuff come in play, man, like you can't reason. You know what I'm saying? It don't matter if you ain't did nothing wrong, man. I ain't did nothing wrong at all, and people still would act like that. So, like now, I'm just at first I was kind of like, oh, well, maybe I'll just give him time. I ain't give no nigga no time. I'll block people. I ain't got time for that. I don't like you, you know. That's why I'm like, girl, I was not my whole 100 with you now. I'm like, girl, I was only like 80% in. I said, I was already looking at somebody. I was like, girl. Like, you just stop caring after what, because, like, and that's why I say you spend a lot of time single to yourself, because you don't like dealing with this stuff. Because it's so stupid. I feel like stuff shouldn't be hard at all, man. I want to say it should be this hard, but I'm like, I really don't think it should be hard at all, but whatever. But that's just showing right there it wasn't meant to be. I'm like, they just didn't want to go on that route with you, so that's fine, man. Somebody else did. Somebody else would, you feel me? And I said, that's the stuff that I care about. I said, you won't do the job, somebody else will do the job, so that's cool. I ain't worried about it. And then you realize how in the future you actually like somebody more and better than the person you was with. Like, you don't even think about them no more. Usually when you get with somebody, you ain't even think about that food no more. Like, you gonna move on. That's why I tell everybody, I said, bro, like, you'll be better. You will definitely get better, bro. I promise you. You ain't gonna stay stuck. Let's beat is old. That's the beat from 2016, I think. No, that's beat from like 2015, I think. 15 or 16. This beat is so old. Like, or maybe it was 16, 17. Oh, it's old. 10 years or something. But like I said, eventually, man, you get on with your life. And I said, listen, somebody got to give here, man. Somebody's gonna have to fold. You know what I'm saying? Or we just gonna have to just not do this. You know, and that's what had to happen. We just couldn't do it. And that's why I started thinking about it, because it was hard for me for a minute. You know what I'm saying? Like, because I was in a new city, around people I didn't know. I didn't really have a lot of friends yet, because I wasn't working. But no jobs called me back, so it was taking a minute, man, for me to get myself going. So I was already pissed off. Everything pissed me off. You know what I'm saying? And I said, oh no, I'll just put myself on the app again, and I'll just start swiping and searching, and you know. And I did it for a minute. First, I was like, well, let me see if I can. I was like, dude, I don't think you need to. It's good to move on, but I'm like, you moving on because you're trying to find a rebound. Like, don't do that, because then you ain't really getting healed from it. Even though the women out there look 100 times better, I was like, it doesn't matter. I say I still felt the void. I couldn't see myself in none of them. I'm like, it's not about them. It's about you. Like, you ain't fixed yourself yet. And that's how I knew I was maturing, because again, the old me wouldn't have cared. I did whatever. I'm like, I can always get another one. I was never single, so I'm like, I don't care. But I'm like, nah. The new me started maturing. Was like, nah, I don't like this. Like, I need to actually really spend time to think, man, and focus on myself. You know what I'm saying? That's the way that it should be. As I said, you're not in a rush, man, to do anything or get anything done yet. I'm like, bro, just take your time. You know what I'm saying? Right. So I said, take your time, man. It's just... So I don't know, man. Stuff is just, as I said, it's just stuff that you think about. But as I said, you know, like, because a lot of this has play out in your life. You know what I'm saying? Like, I say this because again, I went through some stuff with this. You know what I'm saying? So you think about, like, what would it have been like if I would have went the other route? I love how my life is now, but I said, what if I would have went the other way? You know what I'm saying? What if I didn't do certain stuff? I wouldn't know certain people to this day. You know what I'm saying? Like, I had to go through these things to be where I'm at now. I understand now what God mean. Like, you get everything and put it together. You know. So some days, man, you just, but like I said, you know, It's not that you ain't willing to do stuff. You willing to do whatever. I've always been a person that's willing to do it. I ain't just wanted to be like, well, I give up. Like, no, I'm gonna do what it takes. You feel me? But I can't be the only one doing that, G. Like, I can't be the one doing that, my nigga. If you ain't gonna do the same amount of work, and I said, then we don't really have a conversation to give. I don't really have nothing to tell you. You know what I'm saying? Cause you know when girls get with their friends, they be like, oh, he didn't even try. It's like, no, he didn't. Like, he ain't got time for that. Oh, that's the church building we had Daddy funeral in it right there. It's right over it. But I'm like, bro, you can't expect a man to do everything, cause like, yeah, I do. Cause you upset and crying about that person, then you realize like, bro, you was somebody else. That's why I said the next person got with a couple of months or several months after that. Like the girl was like I said, that was the most advanced woman I ever talked to. That's the one that owned the house, man. Like she was teaching me stuff. You feel me? I didn't learn that from the last nigga. I didn't learn nothing from no nigga living in Louisville, man. Everybody here is stupid. Bruh, half this city is retarded, man. Like they don't know nothing. Like literally, they don't know anything, man. They stupid. These girls out here, what y'all don't understand, man. These girls out here, they're not talking about owning no houses, man. They ain't talking about owning no properties. They ain't talking about betterment of their life. They might say they going to school, you know what I'm saying? But they ain't doing nothing with their life, man. They care about who boyfriend with who. They all sleeping with everybody, and then they sleep with each other, man. These girls be knocking each other off. And they won't blame the men for why they got feelings. I'm like, y'all got feelings for each other because y'all some weird niggas. Like, y'all all weird. These girls be half gay, bisexual, and talking about they want loyalty from a nigga. You don't get to talk about loyalty, nigga. You literally are bisexual. You know what bi means, right? It means two. You can't talk about loyalty, man. You like niggas and girls. Like, girl, shut up. If that's what you want to be, that's fine. But nigga, don't change the definition for stuff because you weird. Like, nah, man. What are they doing to these streets, man? But it ain't like that. Like I said, it ain't like some of them I understand they are kind of stuck. But I think honestly, man, some people just don't want to change. They just don't. They don't care. They ain't trying to change. I better nothing, man. This is just how that a lot of them want to be. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said like they don't talk about going to the airport or going and buying tickets and flights and stuff like that. Niggas don't care about that stuff, man. Here, people care about parties, man. House parties and drugs and sex and all type of stupid stuff, man. Like I said, I done did it all, man. Besides the drug part and the drinking part, I done did it all. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I realized how stupid this is. I was talking to the homie at church the other day, man. He said, bro, why didn't we think years ago we couldn't just hop on a plane and go somewhere? I said, because, bro, we stupid. We were stupid. We thought this was only for white people, man. We thought that it was impossible for us to do anything, man. That's why we didn't know nothing. So, bro, it's very upsetting, man, to think we thought less of ourselves. You feel me? We didn't think that we could do much in our life, man. We thought this stuff was for white people and people that had a whole bunch of money. It's like, no, it's not. You can do this stuff all the time. You feel me? And now people see why I don't listen to nobody, man. I don't listen to niggas. All people here care about is a relationship, man. I said that's all they think about is relationships. And then they ain't got no 401k. They credit's all jacked up. You feel me? They ain't buying no houses, man. They ain't traveling the world. They ain't doing nothing. The most they might do is go to Florida every once a year or twice every one or every year. I don't know, something stupid. But they don't really do that, man. They ain't trying to do that. Why people ain't serious about nothing, man? So that's why I said, like, man, even with old girl, I said, look, man, you cool, but you know, they had plans for wanting to do stuff. They wanted to move out west. And then they heard I was moving to San Antonio. And I said, oh, that'd be great. Let me know how that goes when you move here. And then the nigga said they thought I was playing. Like, I'm not playing. I mean what I say, man. What you think? I'm black? I'm joking. Like, I'm for real. I said, I had this move planned out before I even met you, man. I was serious. And I'm glad I did. Because if I would have met her first and then plan the move, I would have never moved. I would have gave myself a reason not to. I was supposed to be going around like September, so you feel me? I stayed it out all the way till like New Year's, after New Year's, because I'm like, I wanted to spend the holidays with my fam. And then on top of it, I was like, oh, me and her was getting closer, so I said I really moved it out because of her. You feel me? I was like, what, you thought I was joking? I separated December is my last month being here. They was like, oh, really? I said, yes, really. I told you this. I thought you was playing. I said, you know why you thought I was playing? Because you smoking too much. That's why. Probably smoking too much dope. And then they wonder why I didn't want to smoke dope. I said, because I don't want to be retarded like you. I don't want to be stupid like you. I don't want to be forgetful about every freaking thing like you. So when somebody tell me they gonna do something, I'm sitting there, oh yeah, sit there high, and then later now, oh, I didn't know you was gonna do that. Yeah, because you retarded. You didn't hear what I said. I said, well, look here, girl, it's not my fault that you didn't get the memo, G. Like, I told you I was gonna do this. I told you I was doing this. And I said, you know what? Contrary to what some people believe, you're gonna always choosing drugs before you choose somebody. You're gonna always choose that weed, man, before you choose somebody. That's why I be saying these old stupid lists they be having. One gotta go. They talking about money, women, video games, weed, and something else like good food. I said, nigga, weed. Bro, get rid of the weed. I ain't helping no nigga. They call me so retarded niggas in the comments. Nah, man, see, weed is. I'm like, boy, shut up. I heard a nigga say that. He said if you over 30 or so, you still watch like anime. He said something wrong with you. I said, and if you over 30 still smoking weed, nigga, you retarded. Weed is a young nigga drug. You still smoking weed and you 40, 50 years old, boy, you just all type of retarded. Why you need weed for, dude? You a father. You can't give the weed a break, G. I would never ever listen to a nigga that smoke weed. I would never ever listen to a dope head. Ever. You niggas are the dumbest, retarded most people in the world. Like, ain't nobody listening to y'all. Why you got old dope heads trying to give out the word of God? They sound half retarded. Let them know what they talking about. Can I go on this block? I don't want to go over here. I want to go over here in this area. Probably because there ain't much over here in this area. I think about it. Except the Cuban restaurant, I'll probably go there. And food will be banging though. I don't even know what I used to get from her. It's been so long. I don't take nothing serious. That's why I said that's fine. I need to sit there and tell them like, hey man, I'm about to move. Hey man, I'm about to go do stuff. It's like, oh, you just playing. That's why I didn't tell people in Louisville I was about to move, dude. Because they do the same stuff, man. They can't stay off the Douce, man. They can't stay off the blunt. And I ain't knocking them on nothing again, but then when it's time to really be for real, then it's like, all right, you was for real. Yes, I'm for real. I don't play. And then when you tell them, everybody want to change your mind. Oh, well, your family here and your friends are here. Yeah. I'm like, well, too late. I already put the money in. I already put my name on the lease. I was paying off the apartment for like 2 months before I even moved there. I was paying the apartment off for 2 months before I even went there. Because I'm just like, again, I wanted to make sure everything was secure. I had plenty of money at that time, dude. I was a young nigga with a lot of money. I was doing whatever I wanted to do. That's why I said I was taking old girl out, man. We was going on dates and doing whatever. I had to come over. I had to stay with me for a little bit. You feel me? Like, and to help people would always welcome me over. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes I stay a couple of days with them. You feel me? Like, it's like, you know, you got to feel, like I said, she, remember, I told you I was the white girl I was with. And she was cool, but her people was like, I mean, her people was cool too, but I'm thinking since it's in like Indiana, I'm like, you know, she lived a little further out of Indiana, like, not far, but just kind of like 20 or 25 minutes away from Louisville. Her people was it was her sister and her husband, you know what I'm saying? They had a house out there and she would stay with them. And I said, they don't know me. So I'm in this area with all these white people. They was friendly. That's friendly. He was like, yeah, you can stay here. He's like, okay, you can stay here. I'm like, bro, you don't even know me. He's like, bro, that's crazy. Like, I think me and him had worked at the same job at that time. I didn't even know that, you know what I'm saying? Well, I was like, bro, y'all said, I'm glad that y'all ain't racist, but y'all can't be this dumb. Like, bro, y'all don't really know me yet. Y'all can't just be welcoming like that, bro. That's crazy. Didn't give me an interview or hey, who are you? They just like, yeah, come on, yeah, you stay over. I was like, dang. I said, I mean, I'm glad you ain't racist, but my nigga. I said, what? That would never happen in my house. Today, even still, it would never happen in my house. I don't know, y'all. All these beats are old, man. These got to be like 2020, 2021. These are old, man. Dang. Oh, 20, maybe it's 2022. No, I think it's 2021. These are old. But anyways, like I said, man, you know, people don't take nothing for real, man. I think everything's a joke. And that's why I said, like, see, and then when they get their feelings hurt, it's like, bro, this is why I tell people, like, watch what you do. Because I'm like, and then when you get your feelings hurt, I told you. And I was like, well, I didn't know you were really going to move. I'm like, dude, I don't see, but they so used to people in this city not keeping their word. That should show you right there how much people here lie, how much people here are just worthless, because people don't keep their word. They say one thing and then they do another thing. Oh, I ain't gonna cheat on you, then they gonna cheat on you. I ain't gonna hurt you, then gonna hurt you. Like, that's what they do. And that's why you gotta give people multiple affirmations about, hey, I'm not gonna leave you, hey, I'm not gonna hurt you, hey, I'm not gonna beat you, hey, I'm not gonna hit you, because people will do this and then they'll lie and say that and then they'll go do it. Like, you feel me? And that's why I said, see, the dating game is hard for me too, man. You know what I'm saying? Because people don't know really what they want, or they don't know how to go about it. You know what I'm saying? So it is annoying. You know what I mean? That's why I said, like, well, look, the important thing is that you tried. You know what I'm saying? I tried. Ain't no worse than trying and then you just like you still can't reach a person. Like, you tried everything, you still can't reach it. You know what I'm saying? Like, let me tag everybody. As I said, man, eventually that be on them, man. Like I said, you know, I can't stop what I do for somebody. You know what I mean? But that's why I say you think about it, like in the future, like in the past, like if I would have did that, you know what I'm saying? Like if I would have gave in, what are you doing? If I would have been like, hey man, you know, I'm gonna just take this route instead because I don't want to hurt their feelings. We're cute together right now. I was like, man, please. And we do be, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, I don't be with people I argue with, you know what I'm saying? Like, that was really only my ex, man. She was the only person I ever, like, argued with and almost fist fought. You know what I'm saying? Everybody else, like, I never had that encounter with them. Like, we might not have had the best conversations, but it was never like it. As I said, when somebody is almost like the same as you would expect them to kind of be like, oh, you know. But some people, man, I don't know. I just think they just don't want to go down that route. Because then I did say something at the time. I said, I don't think you're ready for a relationship. And I wasn't saying, like, in general. I was just saying, like, when it came to something she should have talked to me about. Because, you know, this is what we were talking about. Like, women won't talk to you about what they should talk to you about. And they'll go tell their friends, tell everybody else. And I said, yeah, that right there is not relationship behavior. I said, I don't think you're ready for one if you're going to do that. And then they take it to heart. Like, oh, you're trying to say I'm not ready at all. I'm like, no, I'm saying, like, if you're going to do stuff like that, that's not a person I want to be with. You know what I mean? Like, well, I'm kind of pissed off at that. I said, well, then, okay, so then you going to talk to me about it? You going to talk to your homegirl about it? And that's why I said somewhere in America, there's a girl, their best friend that's a thought. And her best friend was some little thought, man, that wouldn't shut up. You know, she couldn't get her nigga to like her. You see what I'm saying? Like, it'd be people that can't even get their own life right trying to give out advice and tell people how to do stuff. You know what I'm saying? And And that's why I said, when are y'all women, man, gonna stop listening to people, man? When are y'all gonna actually start? Because women are very influential, man. Like, y'all are very easily led. You know what I'm saying? Like, and that's why I like a woman that's a free thinker. That's why I like a woman that what they consider rebellious. She go against the grain. Because I'm gonna go against the grain type of nigga, man. I go against the grain all the daggone time. I don't listen to no man, man. I don't listen to nobody. Mom and daddy had a very hard time with me because I'm just like, I didn't listen to everything. And it wasn't just because I was just rebellious. It's because I'm like, no, I just don't think that everything, I just don't agree with him in my version. I don't agree with that. Like I said, man, me and daddy was two different people, man. There was stuff that he liked, stuff I didn't like. You know what I'm saying? Like, we different. So I don't go with everybody's stuff just because they say it. I don't care who you are. I don't listen to the president of the United States. I don't listen to everything that daddy said, our mama said. I don't listen to everything that my people said or somebody I'm with said. Like, I just don't do that because I'm not stupid. I think for myself. How many people don't listen to somebody, man, done got killed? You know what I'm saying? Done cost them their life. You feel me? Done cost them. All the niggas listen to their homies about let's go slide, and now they doing 25 to life. See, don't listen to everybody, dude. We trying to tell y'all quit listening to these fools, man. People get scammed and get their whole bank account taken, man, because you listen to niggas. And I'm out there on Horror Island, man, in some coat, because some weird pastor done got you out there in a sex coat, man, touching your kids, because you listen to niggas, man. Stop doing that. Try to tell them. It's like they don't want to listen. What's up, bro? So you try to tell them they don't want to listen, man. Right. Actually, no, I ain't gonna walk over the bridge yet. I'm gonna sit down on this. I'm gonna sit down on one of the swings before I walk across the bridge. Sit down, eat these cookies. Or you know what? No. Let's go on the bridge and we can eat the cookies up there. I think that'd be better. Sit down on the. If we sit down on one of the benches or something to eat. It's like it's pretty out here every day, man. Like when the sun's out, it's beautiful out here. Yeah, I go against the grain, man. I don't listen to everybody. And that's why I said, I'm like, this is how it should be. You know what I mean? And I said, people are listening to everybody else other than the person that they really should. And I said, girl, if anybody you don't listen to, listen to me. That's it. I said, this is why you're not in a relationship, because you can't think for yourself. You listening to everybody. That's why when I see women like that, that's why I'm like, bro, this is why men will call y'all out y'all name. Because it's like, dude, you do stuff like this. You cry and sweat and scream about equality and cry about women rights and this and that. And I'm a woman. It's like, and then when it's time to make women decisions, man, you half retarded. Like, you don't know what to do. I don't like people like that. That's why I said the ones that usually got to scream about feminism and women's rights is usually the people that act like this. A real woman ain't got to do that. They don't got to expose how bad of a woman they are because they already are one. They going to do what a woman does. A woman knows there's really no difference between her and the man. It's called responsibility, man. Ownership. Owning up to your stuff, man. I said, do a lot of tough talking. And then when I tell y'all, remember I told y'all that every time I confront some nigga to their face, now everybody has always done and everybody's stuttering. See, they want to talk that stuff on a little Snapchat, won't type, and then when you're in their face, like, okay, well, what's the problem? Oh, no, I didn't mean like that. They don't never make eye contact. I'm like, no, I'm not trying to be tough. I'm like, no, like, what do you want to talk about? If there's an issue, let's talk. Oh, no, I wasn't like that. I was just trying to say, like, no. And that's why I said I can't respect people like that. It's hard to respect them. And then when they did this stuff before, I'm like, well, you seem to have an issue with something. Like, no, this is the perfect time to shout out what you got an issue with. This is what people do. They sit and talk about their issues, you know what I'm saying? And you seem to can't do that. So I'm like, if you can't talk about your issues, then how are we going to be a relationship? I'm looking for somebody to be with that can talk to me, you know what I'm saying? And if that can't be you, then how are we going to be together? I just think some people, man, they'll never understand that, you know what I mean? And that's why I said they mess up and ruin good stuff, man, because, again, they can't deal with their problems. It's like they won't deal with their insecurities and stuff. Like that's not my responsibility. I'm not doing that, man. I ain't doing that. So, again, I don't know what's so hard about this type of stuff, man. It just seems to be difficult for some people, you know. But, and that's why I said, these, like I said, these be the sort that creep into the houses of silly women, these type of niggas, like this. This is pretty beautiful out today, man. I don't. So, like I said, man, when it comes to people like that, that's just not attractive. I don't like people that do that stuff. I don't like people that do that stuff. It's really not attractive. And then, like I said, these be the same type of people that when they want to play games, and then they see you with another girl, because you know they want to be done or they want to run off, and they see you with somebody else that you can be happy with. Now they jealous. Now they mad. You have any idea how many people want to do that type of stuff? They act like they don't want you. First off, they be on your case. It's the thing I have with a lot of women. They be on your case. They on your case about how they don't feel special and about how no nigga love you. You don't treat me like a woman. Blah, blah, blah. And then you sit like, okay, I'm gonna show you interest. Then you show them interest. Now a nigga won't cower out. Now they want to, well, I got a lot going on. And I'm like, but nigga, you came to me. You came here. You can't use that. Well, now, like, no, you came to me. If you're gonna hold me to a standard, bro, then why are you on my case? You came here. So what you saying is you like playing games with dudes. That's what you like. You like playing games with dudes. And they get mad when you get called a whore. It's like, this is what whores do, dude. They play games. We don't like people like that. You crying about your last dude that called you out your name? I don't feel bad for you either. It's like, dude, look what you do. I won't call you out your name, but I said, but I'm not gonna respect you like you didn't. Because look at how you do stuff, man. You an idiot. Don't do that. And then you be with somebody else, and then people want to get defended and be all up in their feels. How about don't play games with people, man? And that's why I said I block people. Because I don't even want you seeing what I'm doing if I am with somebody. I don't want you seeing that. You ain't worthy to see that. You don't deserve to see that. Because then you know what that does? That makes people want you more. Then they want to come and hit you up again and be hoping y'all break up and be hoping something happen. You know what I'm saying? They be trying to shoot their shot and hoping that they like, no. That's why I tell people, man, go live your life, man. Live your life and be happy. Forget what people think, man. Forget what people say. We done dealt with the wrong type of relationships, man. The wrong type of people. Now we gonna get in some good ones. We're gonna get in the right ones. And I don't care who makes that feel uncomfortable. I don't care, bro. That's why I said I'm gonna say what I say and I'm gonna do what I want. I'm like, bro, I'm not gonna back down. I cower from that. Again, I do not care who that offends. I'm gonna say this. We got tired of this stuff, man. And I said again, sometimes you got one job. Literally, just one job. You can't be mad because somebody is just not gonna fool with you, bro. If you aren't gonna do your job, there's somebody that's gonna go do the job. Let it be that. That's it. So, it really amazes me, man, how many people will sit right there and play this game. Wonder why you single. Again, like I told you, they play this game. So they want to run off and, I just need space. Okay, yeah. You just want to go get play out real quick. Okay, fine. Then they'll be on Instagram posting feelings about how hard it is to be a woman. And posting they feelings and all type of stupid stuff that they don't even have to post, that ain't nobody really going to respond to anyway, except other dumb girls like them. I said, you don't have to put this stuff on there. Nobody cares. And I was like, so you can tell your friends and you can talk to your sister And you can tell social media, and you can tell your gay best friend, but you can't tell me. Like, I'm sitting right here, you can't tell me this. So what you're saying is that you want to be in a relationship with me, but you're scared of me. I can't be with somebody that's scared of me. Because then if you scared of me, how you gonna be with me? If you scared to talk to me, then what's the point of having a relationship, G? You just want to plow all day? Is that what it is? You want to get plowed all day, every day, all day, my nigga? And then you realize that really be what it is. Like, that's all they really know. And I said, yeah, it makes sense why you saying the dumb stuff that's coming out your mouth. It makes sense. If you cannot talk to me, you cannot be with me. That's just the way that it goes. And contrary to what you think, every man ain't just trying to ply everything, man. I like a good convo too. I like a good connection with somebody. If I can't have a good connection with you, I'm not gonna be with you. See, this is stuff that you know when you mature, man. When you grow up. And I said, see, you not growing up. You still immature. These are the ones that want to get on there. Oh, I deserve better, and I can find somebody. What nigga gonna find them? You wouldn't. You would. If you could find somebody better, you'd have found them before you found me, G. I'm your 29th nigga. You would have found him way before me. You know what to look for now, but you didn't know at first. Halfway crying and having episodes half the relationship because you don't know how to take stuff. I'm like, nigga, you wouldn't know. You don't know nothing. So that's why I said you look at your life back then and think about if I would have went down this route and would have chose somebody who wouldn't choose me, what would that be like? Stuff is just embarrassing now. You know what I'm saying? Everybody want to do this, but they're not willing to do what it takes. And I said, that's what I noticed. It's everywhere, but I really noticed that about San Antonio. I said, a lot of y'all, or not San Antonio, but is that a lot of people they want to go down this route, but they're not willing to do what it takes. They want a relationship, and I want somebody to love me and care about me, but they ain't willing to do what it takes. And I said, well, if you're not going to do that, then stop talking about relationship. You ain't willing to sacrifice and give. I'm like, well, then you ain't going to be with nobody. Yeah, it's all weird, man. That's why I said it's just all tiresome. Everybody's tired of it. It's tiresome. I don't like it. It's like, dude, if you can't talk, you can't be with somebody. And if you can't be with somebody, then you're going to forever be alone. And I said, all it took was a 5-minute conversation of saying, hey, I'll tell you when we had the conversation, the day after we had the real conversation, or the day before we had the real conversation. Yeah, okay. Keep in mind, remember I told y'all we went over each other's house, right? Like, see, I literally went over their house. We sat in the car before we went in, and she was talking about it. She was like, well, I don't know what you think. And I was like, okay, let's talk about it. See? And then while I'm staying the night, that would have been a great time to be like, hey, like, let's talk about this. We got all night to talk about this. They don't want to do that. Then the next day, that's when they want to, well, I was thinking. Then they want to do stuff on the phone. I'm like, no. And I said, okay, well, let's meet them and talk about it. I don't do over the phone stuff. Women be bad with that stuff, man. They want to over the text discuss business and relationships. No wonder you ain't got a boyfriend. Like, this is how you act. Well, I've been feeling, I've been thinking. I'm like, well, I don't care what you feel and what you think. Like, dude, this is your fault. You did this. Like, well, a lot of people blame women. They blame women like you, yes, because you the one that did this. I didn't have an issue. Like, you had an issue. Man, like I'm some hard-headed, stubborn Negro. I'm willing to listen. You don't want to listen. Well, then, bro, I ain't got nothing to do with me. That's why I don't listen to all women that get on the social media talking. Like, no, some of y'all just very unbearable. Y'all want to play that victim card because, you know, other people are going through it, so it makes your situation look better. But I said, no, you're just a very unbearable woman. And then they wonder why men don't want to date because of people like you. Literally. That's why. What's that?
British right there.
Who?
British?
Yeah,
they're bringing, didn't you know they're bringing in black redcoats again? They sold this ship to the Caribbean. They come back and burn down the black neighborhoods and stuff.
Who are you talking about?
You didn't know that?
No, I don't know what you're talking about right now.
Hell, they killed Martin and Malcolm. They killed him.
You talking about the CIA?
No, it was British East India Company.
British E?
Yeah, they used to do the slave ships. That's how they brought them in the drugs.
That's still a company today?
They wrote them in United Kingdom government. They use a facade after the Indian mutiny.
Facade. What's the name of the company?
It used to be British East India Company.
British East End?
Oh, I better catch my kids.
Okay.
But yeah, they told me that they got black redcoats that fought for them back in the communities, been giving them the drugs and burning. Who does
Really?
that to their own
That
neighborhoods?
sound. I heard a story like that. Sounds like it. Yep. What he was talking about, I think he's talking about some CIA type stuff. He's talking about a company. Like, bro, I don't know what company you talking about. I said, I'll play it back, British something. I said, I'll look back at what he's saying. I don't know what he was talking about. He's out here walking with his kids out here, or some school kids. I'm like, bro, you can catch your kids when they get kidnapped. But anyway, that's why I said, like, ooh, move these blocks out the way. Anyway. But anyways, like I said, man, it's just obnoxious. And I said, bro, you got all this time to talk about it, all this time to deal with it. They don't want to do it. I said, well then, bro, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I don't know what to tell you. That's why I said relationships, man, can be very, very strange, very, very difficult. You know what I'm saying? But it's only like that because, again, it's usually because one person just doesn't want to do the right thing, man. I just don't have time to deal with people who can't do the right thing. Like, bro, if we're going to be real, let's be real. And then I said, then you wonder why I said you're not ready for a relationship, because look at how you are, man. Like, you're not willing to talk straight up. You don't want to talk straight up with somebody. And I said, so what about the hard conversations we're going to have? Is this how you going to do it all the time? You going to run to your friends first? You going to run to your peoples first and then tell me later I'm going to be the last one to know about a problem that has something to do with me? So you're not going to tell me nothing when it's time, and then you're going to let it fester for 5 months and then come and tell me? And then when you ask them, well, how long was you feeling this way? Well, about 2 weeks. I'm like, nigga, I was here for 2 weeks. I think I said like 3 weeks. I'm like, dude, that's about a month. You could have told me this over a month, man. Like, what was the problem? Then they well, I didn't want to upset you. I'm like, well, you doing a bang-up job at that. You doing so terrific at that. Like, when you can't be for real, like, I know women talking about they love honesty, but men love honest women too. And I said, when you can't be for real, we don't respect you. That's just not cool, man. And then I started to look. I said, do I want to be with somebody who would look at me like that and treat me like that? Do I want to be with somebody that looks at me like that? That stuff is obnoxious, man. You know what I'm saying? And seeing people that do that, they wonder why a lot of men don't want relationships. We know why a lot of women are single, but, you know, men are single for the same reason. Because, you know, contrary to what you believe, men get tired of dealing with baby boo-boo women too. We get tired of dealing with immature females and girls crying about everything and want to be alpha one minute, then want to be soft next minute. No. Look, man, y'all niggas need to pick a struggle. You cannot be alpha female and women empowerment, and the next minute you want to be soft. You can't do that. You got to be one or the other. Either you're going to be soft and feminine, or you're going to be an alpha strong woman. You can't be both, dude. Sometimes you really get tired of seeing that stuff. Like, dude. And then you got women gamers, and one of them got on there, she was offended because you got to deal with the gaming community. Bro, the gaming community is a harsh community. Everybody has to deal with them, dude. Dudes will tell you, you got trolls, bro. Playing Call of Duty and Mario Kart, you're going to have the worst people of all time on there, dude. And then when it comes to them, now they want to say, oh, well, see, as a black one. I'm like, no, you can't use that excuse on here, dude. You are in a community where people are harsh to everybody. You can't do that. That's why a lot of men don't even want to do games no more, because then y'all get involved in it. It's like, then you make it all sensitive. I get the racist stuff, but I said, but the other stuff, I'm like, dude, like, if you can't take criticism, or you can't take people joking on you, then you don't need to be on there. You can't want to be strong women 1 minute and then be on there want to make videos on your comments and people in there talking about how much you suck. Like, dude, you can't do that. If you want to be like the men, like the big dogs, then you got to take the criticism as the big dogs. LeBron James gets a lot of heat. So don't be surprised when Angel Reese get a lot of heat. Like, it ain't don't bring up the black women stuff now. Like, no, it's what comes the game. It's what comes the game, dude. You want to be in relationships and want to hold the man 120% accountable. I said, well, then you got to make sure you do the same thing to you. And then when you see you suck at communication, you suck at telling people the truth. I said, you know, you got every right to leave. I had every right to leave and go do whatever I want. And I said, so what you scared of, me really leaving? They said, honestly, yes, I don't know if you're going to leave. I'm like, bro, I would have left by now. Live in a whole city, a whole other city, my nigga. If I was gonna leave, that would have been a great time to leave. That's why they ask you little subliminal questions like, "Well, are you gonna kiss anybody else in San Antonio? Do I look like I want to?" If I was doing that, why would I come back here every 2 weeks to still be encountered with you? If all I wanted was to do that, why would I come here every 2 weeks to do that with you? That don't make no sense. And hey, are you gonna go put your lips on somebody else? No. Okay, so then why would you ask me that? I'm a very loyal person. So if you're not gonna do that, I'm not gonna do it either. That's why I said, like, bro, people gotta stop. They gotta stop thinking with common sense, dude. Like, this stuff is just getting weird now. And I said, see, y'all obsession with what somebody else is doing, you don't even see you doing the same thing. You are so worried about somebody leaving to hurt you. Look what you do to them, dude. You leave and hurt them too. Does it ever register to you that when you do people this way, that they don't sit right there and like you don't think they sit right there and ponder at night? Are they pondering throughout the day of why you did what you did, why you left? You so busy trying to protect yourself that you don't even see, like, with you trying to protect yourself, you can hurt somebody else. Do you ever stop to think and see, like, how you make somebody else feel? Or are you just a selfish nigga? Well, as long as I got to protect myself first, like, well, what about the other person? What if I did that to you? What if men did that to women? Y'all crying about that now. So what if we kept doing it to y'all? Yeah, she's right. Shut up. Tell your child to shut up. Ugh. Man, it's hot, dude. Ugh. My cookies and snacking with y'all. You can't go wrong with a double doozy. These is fire right here. Stuff is obnoxious, man. So I'm like, when I see a person can't do that for me, is this a person that I want to be with? I want to be romantically entangled with? I want to say, yes, I do, too. You know what I'm saying? Because just like women think about it in the long run, so do men. And we start looking like, oh, so you can't do the small stuff now. So imagine when we get married, if it even got to that. You ain't going to tell me when you got an issue? You know, I don't know about you, but I don't like that stuff. I don't. That makes you feel very degraded as a person. When I said, you know what you're saying? You pretty much saying all men are bad. That's pretty much what you're saying. As much as, oh, no, I don't believe it. Yes, you do. You can't go from, oh, you're the greatest guy I know, you're the best man I know, and then go treat me like that. Like, you tell me that I'm the same as everybody else. It just gets old quick, man. You know what I mean? Good. What do you do? That's why I said people really just, it really just becomes a turn off. You know what I'm saying? And that's what makes the whole dating scene just look crazy. But you don't want to keep dealing with that. You know what I'm saying? Like nobody's gonna keep dealing with this stuff, dude. You know what I mean? And again, like I said, you think about what if I would have went down that route? What if I would have done that? You know what I mean? See, you start to know your worth after a while, you know what I'm saying? Because people can make you feel bad, you know what I'm saying? I said, can't no nigga make me feel bad no more. I don't feel bad for nothing. Like, every nigga here in Cancun, they mama won't get on here, talk crazy, won't find some dirt on me. I said, well, nigga, go find some dirt. I still ain't saying sorry. I'm not recanting the UG. I don't feel bad. I don't feel bad that I talk about your mamas. I don't feel bad that I hurt your feelings. I don't feel bad that I piss you off. And I don't feel bad that I talk about your weird Hebrew Israelite stuff. I don't care. I don't feel bad at none of you niggas. Boy, I get locked up first before I feel bad. I would not care. And it's the same when it comes to women. It's like, bro, you've been through this situation with them before. So it's like, again, your skin starts to get tougher. As you get older in this game, man, your skin get tougher. You just like, bro, I don't care. That's why I said, like, I don't really know how people are married right now. Because my mentality is like, my nigga, if you keep making it hard for me, I'm gonna leave you. I'm not care. Like, I don't care. I don't care. I'm like, you just don't care after a while. Because the way we was taught about love anyways was wrong anyways. We told, oh, you just got to let people hit you and abuse you and you still got to stick with them. Nigga, like, hell I do. I know I don't. I'm not staying with them. They want to talk crazy and threaten me. Well, I guess they're... You better be glad that I leave you with all your teeth intact. You know what I'm saying? Because if you ever think you're going to threaten me and you're going to put your hands on me, that's going to be a whole different story here. Now love is let somebody abuse you for a little bit. Let a man cheat on you about 20 more times, you know what I'm saying? Let a woman hit you about 50 more times, or about 60 times. A real man wouldn't hit you back. Like, no, a real man will sock you, because that's what men do. We don't let people put their hands on us. People have changed the definition of everything, man. That's why I said they make everything so daggone unattractive. Like, you don't even want to do some of this stuff no more, because just the representation of it. It's just very unattractive now. You just don't even want to be a part of it, be in it. You know what I'm saying? Like, and so that's why you have a different outlook on relationships. It's just how women have a different look on dealing with dumb dudes. I said, well, dudes have a different look on dealing with dumb women. I don't know how women can't see that. That's why we try to tell black men and black women. I said, as much as the black women get on here talking about the black men, I said, well, then don't be mad when they say that about black women. I said, bro, do you know why? Because they have to deal with some of y'all. How can you see that when it comes to black men, but you can't see it when it comes to you because you don't want to see it? I said, bro, everybody has to deal with everybody, so people are tired of each other. That's like white girls get mad because white dudes on their case, but they be on their case all the time. All they do is talk bad about white dudes, and then a white dude say something about them. That's all. It's like, what do you do the same thing to him all day? Like, what are you mad at? Stay on, man. Everybody tired of y'all. The dating game really has gotten complicated, man. It just makes you not even want to. And just to see how people are, man, and how people act, it's very unattractive. Very unattractive. So that's why I moved out of Louisville. And it ain't just in Louisville, you know what I'm saying? Because I was in San Antonio and experienced that too, you know what I'm saying? But I experienced it more in Louisville, and it was a lot faster. Like me and the girl that, like, we had a personal issue, so that's kind of why we had fell out. It wasn't no stupid stuff. It was actually like a personal thing that we had an issue with. And that's why we ended up falling out, you know what I'm saying? But the one afterwards, there was nothing wrong. It was the same thing. But again, the nigga was from Miami. So, you know, Miami's literally the worst place in the country to date. They all stupid out there, you know what I'm saying? So, obviously. But a lot of people don't have these issues, man. Because, again, they know what they want. And that's why I like a lot of Texas, man. Because a lot of people there, they know what they want. They know what they're looking for. You know what I'm saying? And some of them ain't even worried about relationships. That's the good thing. They ain't even worried about relationships. They go to church all the time. They ain't worried about no man or no husband. You know what I'm saying? They say when it happens, it'll happen. But it's like, I ain't thinking about that right now. They said, dude, I'm trying to take care of myself, man. I'm trying to get a house. You know what I'm saying? Like, they want to start their business. It's almost rare not to talk to a girl out there who ain't trying to start a business or some type of schooling or something. You feel me? Like they know what they want more. You feel me? Hold on, y'all. Let me tag everybody again. I'm tired of these niggas. You know, it's just the way you view stuff. You know what I'm saying? But it's really obnoxious, man. You know what I mean? Because, you know, you really don't want it to come to that. Like, you don't want stuff to come to that, man. Nobody wants to go through breakups, you know, but it's just part of life. You know? That's why I said a lot of divorces, man, they unfortunate because nobody wants to really get divorced. They ain't really thinking about that type of stuff, but when somebody is doing that to you, you have to. You don't really have an option. You got to. Because they're going to treat you like that for the next 30 years, and that's just not something you can take, you know what I'm saying? That's why I do think it's important, like, bro, if you got to leave, man, I don't care what the Bible say, what the books say. The Bible don't even mention it like that. That's not even talking about it like that. I'm saying it in the phrase where people's trying to use it towards you, like what the Bible said. Well, no, it ain't what the Bible said. And the Bible says, thou shalt not kill, and if I stay with this food for 2 more years, I'm going to kill him. So, like, I think I would rather, like, not go to jail and not be judged for God for killing this food than to leave him. I can be forgiven for that. It's not against the law for me to leave you. It's against the law for me to kill you. You know what I'm saying? So I would rather just leave. You know what's a priority now? Doing for yourself. Having to do for yourself. Like I said, man, we not stupid. You're not stupid at all, bro. You know what I'm saying? You just a little unfortunate right now. You know what I mean? But a lot of people are. Everybody kind of gets that way, man. You learn to do for yourself eventually because you want more. You want to do better. Nobody wants to be miserable for the rest of their life, man. That is a very miserable life. Imagine marrying or being with the wrong person, man. You know what I'm saying? At least like a breakup, you can leave them a little easier. Marriage takes a while, man. You got to have the paper signed and you got to put money behind it and all this other stupid stuff. You feel me? Like, so marriage is harder. That's why I said a lot of guys will respect a woman that just got out of a divorce more than they respect the girl that just broke up with her boyfriend. Because it's hard to get out of a marriage. That means that, again, she was a good person. It's just she was probably married. It ain't no problem. She was married to the wrong person. And so it's a long process of divorce, man. It takes a while. You know what I'm saying? You gotta have a fresh mental, man, right? Like, a fresh mental, because... And that's why I told you, I said, bro, I know how bad that felt when you gotta break up and you gotta leave. I'm like, so imagine what people have to deal with all the time. It's like, bro, I don't know how your mental could be like that. It was hard dealing with that for like 7 months. Like, nigga, think about 7 years. I couldn't, man. Like, pardon my French, man, but I would have to kill you. Like, I'm not gonna let you make my life a living hell every single day for 7 years. And then you see why people look for the pettiest reasons to divorce. Because it's like, if I don't leave you, I'm probably going to kill you. Like, dude, you really get on my nerves. Why do you think we get the term, like, we like, oh my God, I'm going to kill him? Like, that's why people get the term from there. Because it's like, no, I'm really going to kill you. Like, dude, you keep doing stuff. That's why they tell people in domestic violence disputes, they said, one of y'all going to die. They said, one of y'all is going to eventually die if y'all don't leave. And it's true. Statistically speaking, one of them is going to die if they keep doing that. The police will show up one day. And they want to be like, do you want to press charges against dude? She'll say no. They'll come back. She's dead. Or either she done killed him. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you don't leave somebody that's hurting you, I said, bro, one of y'all is going to die. You got to start thinking better for yourself, dude. You got to start thinking better for your mental. And they be like, well, you don't know what somebody's going through. I said, yeah, we don't know what somebody's going through. That's why we telling them to get out of there so they can think. The more they keep standing around somebody that gets beat, the more it's going to push them to the edge where they're going to snap. Nobody thinks you could kill or stab somebody right now. It's because you ain't in a situation too. When you in a situation, you would do anything. You don't know what you can do when you mad. You know what I'm saying? When somebody has pushed you to the edge, man. That's like a dog that gets beat every day. One day that dog gonna kill you. Like, they tired of this. That's why I said, I'm like, dude, like, you don't know what you can do when you're in that situation. They be like, well, it's not as easy as leaving. Like, yes, it is. Yes, you can leave. They got all type of shelters for women, man. They got all, you got family members, you got friends, all type of stuff. Like, dude, you can walk out of that door. I know it's hard to think about it, but I said, no, you can literally leave, walk out that door. When you thinking like this nigga's gonna kill me, it won't be hard to leave after that. And I said, either you stay and you plot your escape, or you leave and just figure it out later. Like, it's one thing if it is hard to leave because you ain't got like no family connections. Like, it is a little harder, but you should be plotting your escape. That's why I said start writing stuff down. Start getting stuff on video evidence. Start getting evidence, dude. Start figuring out where you want to go. Start figuring out how to get your money right. Like, do what you gotta do. Start making connections. Start having police on speed dial. That's why I said start setting niggas up. Keep your voice recordings on, man. Keep all the phone calls and the messages and all the times he called you this and all the time he put his hands on you, he threatened you. Keep all of that, man. You don't know how good and handy that's gonna come in because he's stupid. He gonna tell him himself. You got to start thinking for yourself, man. Because if you sit right there with no plan and keep letting him beat you, one day he gonna kill you. If you find was standing there getting beat, you find was standing there getting killed. And this is why I say a lot of time, some relationships, man, they just not worth it, man, because it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, they just not worth it. You don't want to go through this back and forth with people. You don't. It should never get to that point, man. That's why I said, like, if it ever gets to a point where you think you're going to put your hands and hurt people, it's like, nah, we ain't going to be doing that. So that's why I tell people, I'm like, bro, think about your mental and yourself. When I'm not happy with somebody, I'm just going to leave. Like, despite if it hurts your feelings, like, my feelings I hurt, man. Because, like, look how you treat me. That's how I knew when me and my ex, I got toxic, like, bro, it was time to leave. Because I said, girl, I'm going to really hit you. Like, you really get on my nerves because you threatening. Like, you going to do something. I said, well, I'm going to hit you back. Like, you go ahead and do it. I said, go ahead and put your hands on me. You're going to find out this day. You're going to be a nigga to me. I'm going to show you. When it gets to that, leave. You should leave. That's why I said relationships really just start to be unappetizing after a while when you got to deal with stuff like that. Hold on. I don't know where everybody is right now, but they must be busy or something. Get off me. Is that a white woman speaking Arabic? He's speaking Indian? This woman's so white, she like sunburned. She's speaking Indian. I think her husband Indian. I ain't never seen a white person speak Indian. You know what I'm saying? Like, you must got some Indian or something in your family, you know what I mean? Like,
let me see my phone, because it's on my phone.
You heard that? Like, she sounded like a white person. She's like, how's my Indian? Like, bro, what? What does that mean? I gotta look it up now. And this is why I said, like, both sides have to deal with this type of stuff, you know what I'm saying? But I said a lot of men, they just tired of this, bro. They tired of this stuff. They gotta keep dealing with people like that. So, yeah, you're gonna be single. Just like a woman wouldn't be the most trustworthy of a man that always used her and did stuff to her, well, a nigga ain't gonna be the most loving to women that do that to him too. Like, you ain't no different. I love how they be like, well, don't put everybody in the same category. Well, nigga, don't put all those men in the same category either. It ain't my fault because you got your heart broke, because you got beat by some dude. That ain't got nothing to do with me. Don't look at me like that. If you don't want me to view you that way, man, then don't view me that way. Because if I gave you the rundown on what women do, you would realize y'all ain't no saints either, dude. The stuff we have to deal with y'all could be just as brutal. Y'all don't care. That's why I tell you, I said, boy, people just. That's why I said I pretty much decided with a bunch of talking. I'm not gonna talk no more. That's why I said I ain't talking about it. Like I ain't talking about this stuff no more. I'm just do what I gotta do, and that's why I do what I have to for myself, for me. Because people will sit right there and want you to keep going back and forth with them and sit right there and, you know, like I don't play games. That's why I said I don't play no manipulation. I'm not playing no you don't want to text me today and you don't like me. I said, well then, bro, you gonna be blocked. Like if you ain't gonna talk to me, man, I'm gonna find somebody that will. I don't have time for this stuff, man. It's stupid. You can't tell me what you feel and what you think, then I'm gonna find somebody else that'll tell me what they feel and what they think. I don't have time for this, dude. It's not hard to know this stuff. I said it's hard for you because you slow. So, again, I just think about what it would have been like. You would have made another decision, another move, you know what I'm saying? Like, would your life still be the way it is, like the outcome is got, or would it be a whole lot different? Like, I'd be wondering this type of stuff, you know what I'm saying? So, but with me being here 3 years later and looking at the outcome of everything 3 years later, I'm just like, what would life have been like if I would have made another move, you know? Looking at these places I used to go and streets I used to be on and stuff like it, like, I don't know. And as I said, man, I pray for everybody that I was formerly with, whoever it was, I don't really care, but I'm like, you know, I'm just like, hey, I hope they doing good. I hope they doing all right, you know what I'm saying? Like, but that's it, you know? And that's why I said, do you want to be friends with people like that? No. Do I want to have a personal connection with you like that? No. I thought I did, you know what I'm saying? Because like I said, usually when I'm done, I block people. I never block no girl off Snapchat. I just unfriended her. You know what I'm saying? And so last year, keeping that's going on 3 years, but last year I posted it was the however much anniversary of me catching a bullet, and I put that on my story, and I put on my YouTube about the video I did about it. You know what I'm saying? And I put it on the public story. So public means anybody can watch it, like all over the world, whatever, you know. And so I guess she was still like subscribe to me or something. I don't know. I didn't pay attention to it. And then I saw her name pop up. I was like, I saw somebody. I said, I know this saying. What's her name? You feel me? Like, and then I looked and I was like, I said this was not like, why she still watch my stuff? I was like, that was weird. And I was thinking, I said, hey man, maybe friend the back. You know what I'm saying? Maybe say what's up to it. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause I'm like, usually it's been a long. Like after a while, you ain't hold no grudges, so you kind of like, hey, what's up? You know, a long time no see. You feel me? We was even talking about that, like our last conversation we had, like, oh, we'll probably see each other in the future. You know what I'm saying? Like, it'll be to a point where we can be friends and stuff. I'm like, at this point, niggas old. Like, it's over, man. I don't like it's whatever. And I was like, nah, man, just let it go. Like, it's being let go. I'm not gonna bring that up in my life again, man. Like, we done with that. You know, it's over. Hold on, we said. So what if you move on, but well, you still have an attachment to something? I ain't got no attachment, no ex. Like I said, that's why you give yourself time to heal and figure out what you got going on, you know what I'm saying? But I never get with somebody else if I still got an attachment to the last person. That's why I don't just date somebody. I want to be completely healed off of them, you know what I'm saying? And that's why I said I'll never bring up somebody in a new relationship. Like, oh, my ex or the last girl I was with. Like, I don't do that because I'm like, I don't think people need to know that. They don't, because that's going to turn anybody off. Because if they was doing that, bringing up their boyfriend, I'm like, why you bringing up your dude? Like, we don't, there's a reason that y'all not together, so why you keep bringing them up, you know what I'm saying? I said, I do believe people need to get off attachments if they got those. I said, but, you know, as far as me, I'm just like, look, people are always going to be a part of my life because that's what I needed in my life at that time, you know what I'm saying? I no longer have an attachment to them or any ties with them, which is why I said I block everybody. I block the crap out of people, man, because I don't want to see them. I don't want to talk to them no more. It's old, man. It's done. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're not coming back to this. We're not going to talk no more. We're not going to be friends, man. Because I'm like, even if we was friends, then what? I'm like, what else are we supposed to expect from this? You know, what are we supposed to get from this? Like, okay, we add each other back. We friends and talk again. And then what? and then go right back to doing the same exact thing we was doing. Go right back to boning each other and playing these little games and doing the stupid stuff that we was once doing. Like, I don't think I want to go back to that lifestyle. I don't want to go back to doing that. You know what I'm saying? That's why I said I started changing my mind, man, from thinking about women and stupid stuff to start thinking about, man, getting this money on, man, like business. Start doing that. You quit looking at old photos of y'all and little old videos of y'all together and stuff. And I started watching videos about finances, man, and Warren Buffett and stuff. Man, I ain't watching no niggas like, bro, I'm too busy getting this money on. Too busy building a business here. Focusing on my career. Like, that's what I like. And rightfully so, they doing the same thing. They focusing on their career and their stuff. I'm like, as they should. I believe you should go on about your business and do your thing. You feel me? I'm going to do everything for myself, too. You feel me? That's why I said, bro, I'm extremely petty, man. When I'm done with somebody, I get rid of all the stuff, man. Everything. Like, I don't want your stuff. I don't want to see your face. I don't want to see our pictures. I don't want to see our videos. I don't want to hear no old songs that we used to listen to. Because then when you hear that song again, guess what? You're going to think of them. You feel me? When you hear this artist that they used to like, you're going to think of them every time you hear that artist. You know what I'm saying? You used to go over there. Now, I can't go over there no more because like, that's what we do. I remember in that time I was still kind of like going places and stuff. I was hanging with Jones. That was the week I was supposed to get my hat back from her. You know what I'm saying? And it was on St. Patrick's Day. It was on a Saturday. Or was it a Friday or whatever? And so they was like, oh, let's go over here. I said, yeah. I said, I don't know if I want to go over here. Because you know where they be at. Everybody in Louisville, you know their time schedule. You know where they're going to be at all the time. Everybody club hop, they go here, go there. I said, nah, I don't want to go there. On a Friday, I said, we all know where they're going to be at on a Friday. And I said it was a bad feeling. I was like, bro, because you know you're going to see him when you go out. Like, you're going to run into him and see him. I was like, bro, I don't want that, man. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to go do that. And then we went somewhere, and then it's like, bro, you literally, like, you would literally see resemblance of them. You feel me? It'd be a girl that look like them over there. You'd be like, oh, it's over there. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? I think I seen her car one time we was out. We was just walking through. I seen her car. I was like, see, this is why I didn't want to come up here. Because I'm like, see, then they over here. You feel me? It's going to be a very awkward run. And I'm like, I don't want to feel like I'm on the prowl looking for them so we can talk or, you know, try to rekindle. Like, nah, man, I don't want that. You feel me? You know, you start getting a little nervous and your heart rate start kind of going up. Like, oh, man, like, what if they over? I'm like, bro, why you acting like this? I ran into some mutual friends of ours, man. They was like, hey, what's up? And they asked me about what was going on. I'm like, man, I don't know. They didn't even know nothing that happened. And they was like, hey, they say, well, I think she's just, you know, she's just scared or whatever. And I was trying to get them. I said, well, can y'all go talk to them? I'm like, no, man, no. You don't go get people to talk to them. I love the nigga done, bro. They made it very clear, Steve. They done. Like, don't go and get people to talk to them. If a nigga can't understand what I'm saying to them when I'm talking to them, then what do I want your people to talk to you for? If you can't like me the way you're supposed to, well, then I don't think I want you. No amount of your friends. This ain't no TV show. No, you didn't mean it like that. What he was trying to say is he loves. Like, no, I don't need you to say that. Like, no. You already made up your mind. That's why I let people know, like, no, when you make up your mind, you made your mind up. I don't want to hear your pastor say it or your friends trying to come to me talk. No, you already made it very clear what you want and what you think. Ain't no talking, man. Ain't no discussion. We ain't got nothing to talk about. You made it very clear what you want, right? So then we going to give you what you want. That's it. These old stupid shows, everybody come around like 5 months later and, hey, ain't no hey, nigga, we done. You can't hate me. I blocked you. I blocked you on everything. I do that on purpose, man, so I ain't got to never see you again, man. That's not to be nasty. Some of it's kind of petty, but it's not really to be petty or nasty. It's just like, I know I'm not going to move on if I keep seeing you. You be having a good day until you see them on another updated. They don't put something on their story, and then you over trying to figure out who's on their story with them, and who they posting with, and what other dudes is over. Like, man, please. Like I said, I was not always the best person. I was not always a saved individual, so I already had that. And once I already had that, get off me. Yeah, I had that too. Mosquito. I said, we ain't got nothing to talk about. I said, you know, maybe we did this the wrong way. Not necessarily the wrong way, but I was like, maybe we just wasn't the best at it. Maybe it just wasn't meant. Maybe it was meant to be for a season. Some people in your life for seasons, man. Some people, they're permanently. Some people, that's for a long time. And then some people, that's there for a short time or a season. You know what I'm saying? That's just how life goes. If they don't know that, or if that's what they want, then fine. I learned to just give people what they want, man. I ain't trying to force you or beg you to do nothing you don't want to do, man. You ain't trying to do it, don't do it. Like I said, man, Steve ain't desperate for no likes, man, or for no follows or whatever. Like, if you don't like me, man, then you just don't like me. If you don't want me, you don't want me. There ain't nothing I can do to prove that. I'll show you that. Like, bro, if you don't, then you don't. Somebody else do. As I said, remember I told y'all, like, we met through a friend of mine. I'm just telling you my backstory, because all of this comes to how I am here now. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, I met her through a friend of mine. You feel me? And it was around that same time, that same friend that had hooked us up. Because she was like, look, she said, if you don't work out well, she said, I got somebody else for you. She was trying to hook me up with another. The girl was cute as dog. And she was like, yeah, she like you. She was like, you know, she's trying to, you know, they would always like see my profile on my story because they was watching my stuff around there. I remember I was in Miami. I was in Miami at the Walgreens on South Beach. And she had sent me something. She said, yeah, she said, hey, somebody interested in you. You know what I'm saying? I was like, who? She was like, yeah, it was my other friend. You know what I'm saying? The girl was gorgeous, beautiful. I was like, oh, word. I said, word. But I was like, no, I kind of am somewhat seeing this girl. Like, I was still new to her. I was like, no, I said, because again, I ain't no dirty conniving nigga no more. No more. You know what I'm saying? But I used to be. But I was like, you know, I said, well, let's see what they're about. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe, I said, let me see who the person I'm already with. Like, let's see what they're about. So I was like, and that's what it taught me, man, was loyalty. You know what I'm saying? I was learning a lot of loyalty in this, you feel me? But, you know, and it felt good to know that and feel that, you know what I mean? That's why I said I was learning to tell myself no. Like, I know I could entertain other people, but no. Like, technically we ain't together, so I could. I'm like, but no, I don't want to do that. No, I want to actually be loyal. I want to say no. I want to say, nah, I'm good. You feel me? Right, I had to have loyalty, you feel me? And that was teaching me. I said, you know, you can go be with anybody and everybody else, but I said, no, I don't want to. I want to be with the person that I actually enjoy, that I'm getting to know. I'm actually enjoying talking to, you feel me? That's right around the time we started getting acquainted, you know what I'm saying? And I told her, I said, hey, I appreciate it. I said, look, you can tell such and such, add me on social media if they want to, that's fine. But I said, but I don't think I'm going to be entertaining nobody, you know what I'm saying? I don't mind being friends, but I said, I'm not going to be entertaining nobody else, you feel me? Mm-hmm. Hold on, y'all. What does that say? All. Let's do all. Hold on. What's up with this chat thing? But it's acting funny. But anyways, like I said, I was just learning a lot of loyalty, man, and you know, figuring out what I had. You know what I'm saying? And it felt good to be with one person. You know what I'm saying? Like, you ain't gotta talk to multiple people trying to figure out which one's the one. I'm trying to be some player. You know what I'm saying? Because I used to be like that. I'm like, I don't want to do it no more. You know what I'm saying? We both was learning loyalty, like not talking to other people, not doing other stuff. You feel me? So a lot of times you think that relationship is like, oh, this is perfect. It's like, but if they're not willing to go on that route with you, it's like, well, then no, it's not. You know what I'm saying? So again, I think about what it would have been like if I would have went down that route, if I would have never moved from, no, get off me. You know, my life is, get off me, man. What in the world? Freaking bugs. But my life is a lot further and a lot different. Go away, nigga. Mosquitoes over here, man. Dang. These things keep bothering me. Mosquitoes about to start coming over here. Let's go back over the bridge. Hold on. My shoes off. Ah. Because I'm built like that. That's why. I ain't the other cookie yet, but I'm finna scoop it. But Like I said, man, it's just I don't understand why stuff is so hard, bro. Like again, I can see if I was like, everybody's kind of nervous when it comes to like your hand in marriage or something, you know what I'm saying? But I'm like, bro, honestly, this stuff is not hard. I'm just asking you to do one thing. Like, you only got one literal job, man. One job, you feel me? What's up, man? How you doing? Not much, not much. I said, you got one job, you feel me? And people are acting like that. It's so hard to do. I'm like, bro, I can't be with you. You know what I'm saying? I just want to know that the person that I'm with, man, is gonna have my back the same way I would have their back. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, it was kind of sucky, man. It's like, dang, you judging me for something that I ain't even do. I ain't never judged you one time. You feel me? I could have went against you. I could have said some other stuff. And I said, they don't even know that while they talking like that, I said that I already had other options. There was already other women that was trying to holler at me. But I said no. See, that shows you right there. I said, that's how you know a man is serious when a nigga say no. Because, a lot of men, we won't say no. And I was saying, nah, man, like, I don't want them. I want you. That says a lot about a man. When I was like, I don't want them. I want you. Still wasn't good enough. I said, okay, but then you know what? Next time when a man ain't loyal to you, remember that. I guarantee you, they went off with somebody else in the future, and they was trying to look for that same person like I was. They probably ain't never found him. I'm trying to tell you. Because, after that, you might think you be hurting. What I do is I mess women up. I mess them up. Because they ain't never had that. So guess what happens when they don't work with you? They looking for somebody else that act just like you, and they can't find a lot of them. I gave you something you ain't never had. You ain't never had it until you had me. I told you, man, I mess people up because they not used to that. As I said, I wasn't always no saint, but I wasn't no brute like that either, you know what I'm saying? I didn't always do the right thing. So I know a lot about this type of game, you feel me? All rhyming. I said, boy, you have any idea? That's why I said, like, man, I'm good at this. They can choose to beg, not to beg. I don't want nobody begging. I ain't gonna make nobody beg. I'm begging nothing. But that's why I said they go out and they try to find other people like you, and they can't. And that's not gloating or bragging, but it's like they really cannot find a lot of people like you. You would think that respect is common. It's not. It's really not common, bro. They can't find a dude to respect them yet. They couldn't even find it before they found you. That's why they was nervous and questioning you about everything, because they was worried about you being like everybody else, and then they realized you ain't like everybody else. Then, oh, you're perfect. You're everything I want. I never had anybody like you. I never had anything like you. And I don't know. And this, you know what I'm saying? And then you talking to them on the phone. See, they was talking kind of tough at first, which is not like them. And then, like I said, I cut to the chase. I'm like, bro, I'm not going to entertain that. I said, all right, so what you trying to say, man? Like, I'm straight up. I'm like, all right, so what's up? What you want? Here come the waterworks. Here come the tears. There's a soft girl right there. There's a soft woman on the inside right there. See, they was trying to act all tough and hard. I said, yeah, there's a soft woman. That's the one I'm after. That's the one I'm after, the soft woman right there. That's what I want. I said, see, this is why I said I don't mind a woman that's kind of difficult, that's kind of hard. I'm like, inside there's a soft girl. There's a soft woman. I said, nah, you got that small woman in there that I'm looking for. That's why I said, I'm like, I ain't never had no issue with no ghetto girls, because if I can talk to a ghetto woman right now, you don't think I can crack the code? I don't talk to a lot of hood chicks before I crack the code, man. I done cracked the code with everybody. I done got the inner woman coming out, man. I know a girl, boy, she done been through everything, all type of hell in life, and I still crack the code with her. I done got all of it. I almost look for the challenge. I'm good at the game. That's why I retired for a little bit. I said, bro, I'm good at the game. I know how this goes. And do be the small woman. That's what you after. That little hurt woman in there. I said, that's what I want. Then that's when the anxiety comes. That's when they can't stop crying. They can't stop talking. I'm like, all right, calm down, calm down. Like, that's why I'm crying now, because I really wanted this. And so I'm like, okay. And I said, all right, I know you ain't thinking straight. Calm down. They talking so much. I'm like, hey, stop. On the phone, I'm like, hey. You know what I'm saying? Then they just stop. And I said, take a minute to breathe. I'm trying, I'm just. And she's like, okay, I'm gonna stop talking. And then I think I need to smoke. Okay, go light you one up so you can calm down. If that's what take you to calm down, go do that. You know what I'm saying? And then when you can get through to them, like I said, it's easier. And I said, see, that's what I wanted. That's what you should have showed me 3 weeks ago, what you was feeling. Instead of being in my face and, oh, it's good that you're married. And, oh, let's do this. And, oh, come over. And, oh, let's stay the night. And, oh, let's do this together. It's like, bro, you could have just told me what you was feeling. I said, I don't want nobody on me or having contact with me, man, and they can't tell me the truth of how they feel about something. Like, no, man, let me know what's up, G. What are you feeling? I need to know. I said, see, and that's what I told her. I said, see, when I had you come over my house, sitting on my couch for hours and hours, for 7 hours, you would come over and we would be talking. Be 4 in the morning, man. Got my nice little LED lights on, setting the mood. We'd be sitting there just talking and vibing. I said, see, that's what that was for. It wasn't just to come over and, oh, let me be all on you and let me get on top of you. Like, no. It was there to talk. That's what it was there for. Talk about all the things you was feeling, all the things you was going through. That would have been something. I would have took that opportunity and said, hey, hey, I'm feeling this. Or, this is something we have to discuss. You know what I'm saying? You wait to do it on the phone. And I told her, I said, so you can tell your peoples, but you can't tell me? I don't know. I said, so what do you think I was having you do when you came over my crib? I said, when I stayed with you, I said, why didn't you tell me that? I wasn't thinking. I didn't want to ruin the mood. I'm like, well, you're doing a good job at that now. You're doing a very good job at that. I love how they say that now. Like, I wasn't trying. I'm like, but that's literally what you're doing now. I was like, dude, how do you not see this? I said, see, what hurts my feelings, it's not you being straight up telling me. Because I don't care. Like, I can choose not to care, not to respond and listen, whatever. What hurts my feelings is the fact that you sit right there lying to me. And then I find out later, when it was something so stupid, it's the fact that it's something so dumb that you could have literally easily told me. The fact that you felt like you couldn't be comfortable enough with me to tell me what you was feeling and what you was dealing with. That's what hurts my feelings. Like, dang, you couldn't. I thought I was close with you. I thought you felt comfortable with me more than anybody else, and you scared of me now? I'm like, you have any idea what that make you feel? Like, we closer than some glue, man, and you treat me like a daggone rapist. Like you can't come to me and talk to me. That makes me feel bad. Like, I mean, it did at first. I was like, dang, man, I thought you said we was like, they like, well, we are. But I'm like, well, if we wasn't, why can't you tell me what you feeling? And then I bring it up to him. I say, and then you say you want a relationship. And you can't even talk to me about relationship stuff. So no, I don't feel sorry for half these girls running around crying. No, I don't. I don't feel sorry for half these women and being in their feelings all the time. And oh, see, you just no, because I know why. I know why. Because I see how they treat people. I see how y'all do stuff. You one of them last minute fools want to tell somebody what you feel. You were scared for a month. I would think the best time to talk about it, like they knew they didn't really want to have a relationship, but they don't say nothing. How you not see that when it comes to a man, like when they be like, man, he be straight up, he don't want to, he need to say that. I'm like, well, bro, you need to say that too. If you scared to be with one, say one. Don't wait till 2 months and then want to, I was thinking, like, no. I've had people do it before. They want to, and that's why I said I just gotten good at it where I just don't even care. Because again, I don't pay no amount. I'm like, all right, whatever. Because I know what's coming. I'm like, look at them. They look stupid. They about to do something stupid. They all up on your case. All up on your case about, you ain't taking it serious. And I don't know if you really like me. And I'm not really want to be here. You didn't do this. And okay, cool, whatever. And I said, I'll do it on purpose just to show them. I said, okay, I'll do what you want on purpose because I'm going to show you. You're going to mess this up. And then guess what happened? They messed it up. Well, I need time. And I got this going on. I got a lot of work stuff. And I got a lot of personal problems. Like now they got this now. But at first they was on your case. So you sweating me for something that you already wasn't ready for. And I said, that is a deflection of you sucking at your life. And that's how you know you get with them. Every and anything is going to be your fault all the time. They are going to be the most terrible person that you could have ever been with. This is a nice view, man. I love this view. I'm always walking fast, man. Take your time. Let's take our time today and walk. That's how you know any and everything going to be your fault. Because they already blaming you. And those are not people I personally want to be with. Those are not people that I want in my face, in my DMs. And then they look at you crazy like, you blocked me. Yes, I blocked you. Because look how you act. I don't want that. No, I don't. I don't like people like you. So no. That ain't me being nasty, but it's just like, no, I'm just not going to play with people like you. See, some of us don't want to play this game, man. We sick of it, man. We're tired, dude. You know what I'm saying? Because, again, it's the easy stuff. Again, I can see, listen, I can see the fact that it was like, okay, you got to move far away. I can see that because, I mean, everybody's not ready to get out the way. Like, okay, I get that. You know what I'm saying? But it's the easy stuff, like the conversations you could have had, dude. It was a simple conversation. And that's when I told y'all some of these women would do anything. I've experienced it. I'm not going to tell y'all that I ain't experienced, dude. Again, I'm not a lie, man. I'm going to tell y'all stuff that I personally went through. You know how people be like, well, Steve can't never tell no lie. Steve can't never do no wrong. Well, I'm going to show you what I did to show you that I've even experienced this, dude. That's why I'm like, no, don't believe that lie. Well, if you're just good and just mind your business, people are like, no, it ain't. No, it ain't. You're going to have a harder time. You're going to have a harder time. See, I thought that same thing when I first got in the game. See, if I just be nice, the same way I thought with white people when I was young. Well, if you just show white people you're a nigga, they ain't going to treat you like one. You show them that you care, they ain't going to do that to you, you know what I'm saying? And then you realize, like, no, they really are. You're going to have it harder because they want to believe you a nigga. They want to believe that you got some type of criminal record or something. Some of these girls want to believe that you were bruised. They want to believe that you a beater and you a rapist or something. They want to believe that because that's all they really know. And I'm not blaming them for it, but I said, but some of them don't want to change. So that is what they think. And then you show them that you ain't like it and they give you a harder time. So I know what I'm talking about. Yes, I do. You got to deal with something that you didn't even do. And I said, I don't think a lot of women understand it as much as they talk. I said, I don't think y'all really understand what a man has to do. We got to deal with a broken heart we didn't do. Something that we had no business doing. But we choose to still stay and do it. We choose to still stay and put up with it. You have no idea what that's like for a lot of people. To know that a lot of the women that you talk to now are probably damaged from something you didn't do. You wouldn't want to do this if the roles were reversed. You wouldn't want to do it with a bunch of damaged men. So imagine how strong it takes a man to be able to do that. Right, I'm like, dude, people have no idea. And that's why I said, see, you want to talk now, but you have no idea what that's like. Stuff ain't sweet. This ain't a freaking game. And I said, so what is your, see, you've been using that excuse your whole life. Now what is your excuse when you talk to somebody like me? What's your excuse? What you got? Well, so now I done did something wrong. Now Steve done messed up. Now Steve done lied to you and hit you. Now what you got with me? They can't even tell you. That's why, you know what I tell all of them? Name one thing I did wrong. Name one. They can't name it. Well, I'm not saying you did nothing wrong with them. What's the problem? Like, what are you tripping over? I don't know. It's just like, well, this shows that it's you. You don't know. But you treat me like I done did something. And then they want to stay, and I get people might have to distance themselves from you, but it's the way that they are. I was like, but you're not going to treat me like no rapist, my nigga. No. I said, no, this is the same nigga I let over my house. The same nigga I let over here with me. It's the same person that I let in my life. Like, no, you're not going to treat me like that. And that's why I said I would just rather block you. I'd rather never talk to you again. You ain't going to treat me like I done did something wrong to you. You don't even treat the nigga that took advantage of you like that. You didn't take the nigga that beat you like that. You ain't going to treat me like this. I'll be doggone if I'm going to be some third place slot. Like, Negro, please. And that's why I said I would rather just block you. I'd rather just never talk to you again. That's why I said some people, you going to regret that later. And that's why they be wanting to send you follow requests. They always got your name coming out their mouth. All them years later, they was thinking about you and they never got over it. That's why I said, don't think that people are gone for good. They going to come back eventually. Usually they come back a couple of years later. Hey, I was thinking about you. They send you these random Facebook requests. Always a Facebook or IG request they want to send you. I was thinking about you. Now they come with the I was thinking about you old stupid talk. That's why I said don't be surprised if they do. We know how people are. Some people, man, like I said, that's just how it is. Because they used to playing games, man. And that's why I said, see, you young. See, when I had to do that with one of them, and Mama had told me, I said, Mama, I blocked her. Because that's when me and Mama went to Detroit. And we had talked about it, because I don't really talk about that type of stuff, but we was in the car, and I was talking to her about some stuff, and then I brought that up. And then she was like, she said, well, Steve, she said, don't you think I was kind of a little too far? I said, no, it's not far enough. I said, no, Mama, I'm done playing with fools. I'm done playing with them. You feel me? And she was like, well, see, I get it. She said, but you got to understand, like, some of them do be kind of scared. They don't know. I said, yeah, Mama. I said, but no, you don't know the game like I know it. I said, Mama, some people are scared. Yes, they are. I said, but it's the way they go about it. And I said, y'all wouldn't deal with men like this, so we're not going to deal with women like this either. And she's like, okay. She said, she is part of this generation. She said, Probably give her some time. She said she might need some time. And I said, okay. Yeah, and I took that advice. I took that advice. And then guess what happened? That was the only person I ever went back to was kind of like, hey, well, maybe we kind of didn't leave it on the right. Because like I said, me and old girl kind of ended it because it was something personal. It was like a real personal issue. And it's the way we went about it. You know what I'm saying? I was trying not to go like it about it that way, but that's what they wanted. And I took mama's advice, because this is why I tell you don't be taking everybody's advice. And I took mama's advice. And I unblocked the nigga, and I don't even unblock people. I'm a one-hitter quitter. I don't play this stuff, dude. I'm done. When I'm done, I'm done. I ain't never unblock nobody. And I did that, and I was like, well, look, let me try to reach out. And I said, maybe I was a little too hard. And then you reach out, and the Negro's still just a nasty. I said, see, this is why I don't do something. Then they went right back on the block list for a second time. I said, see, this is why I don't listen to people. This is why I don't take people's advice. I said, see, no, I knew what I was talking about the first time. I knew what I was talking about the first time. And that's why I said, I will not be taking any more advice or information from anybody else. Because I'm like, no, I think people think they would do that. I don't do that. And then when you do that, you see how people are. They're still mad. They're still nasty. They was even more salty because they're like, oh, no, you can't come back here and do that. I'm like, well, this is what you told me to do. You told me to move on. And now when I read CC, they mean the subliminal move on. Like, you can move on, but I can still be your friend. And I'm going to still post stuff to make you mad and make you miss me and stuff. I'm like, no, I'm just going to block you completely. And I block my very thing. Now they was also now you got rid of me. I said, you told me to. Now she's like, oh, so is it because you got another kid already? We was only gone for a week. How am I gonna go impregnate a girl within a week, my nigga? Like, that was the stupidest thing you could have said. So you got a kid already? I was like, what? I said, bro, where did even come from? I said, boy, talk about salty, just salty. I said, I realized why I didn't want to take nobody advice. Because then you do that and it makes you look stupid. So I tell dudes, never listen to a woman on a woman's advice, because women don't even like each other. Like, don't ever listen to that. That's the stuff that they would want somebody to do just so they can still be mad. They ain't gonna change their mind. They just want to be mad. They want to feel better that you reach back out, but they want to still be mad. So I'm like, no, that's not good advice. Sometimes women advice is not good advice when it comes to other women. Like, I'm not listening to that. So no, I won't be doing that. You feel me? So I was like, nah, I'm not gonna listen to it no more. And that's why I said now my own situations and stuff, I deal with that on my own. I'm like, I don't need your advice or your help for nothing, G. Like, I don't need that. You feel me? Like, stuff make you look stupid, man, make you feel bad. I'm like, nah, man. And I said, I should have just kept it the way that I should have. I remember that, man. I was watching this O Block documentary, man. I was at work. I was about to eat my lunch, man. And I was watching this King Von something, you feel me? And I told myself, I said, what would King Von do? Would he care? I said, would King Von care? I said, King Von was a driller. He didn't care about no women. He never cared about stuff like that. I said, I was trying to tell myself to be more like a Chicago drill artist. I said, nah, be like them. They heartless. I said, you got to start being heartless now. Like, don't do that. Be like them. They don't care. They care about getting their guap. You start doing the same thing, bro. And then the other side of me, I said, you know what, man? I said, let's go ahead and get it out the way. Here comes my simp side. Oh, well, maybe she's waiting on me to text her. I was like, see that right there? King Von wouldn't do that. He wouldn't do that. You know what I'm saying? And I put the documentary on pause, or the video I was watching on pause, and then I went and texted her. And I said, they probably not even gonna respond. They, you know what I'm saying? Because I was trying to be like, look, I ain't trying to have no bad beef. Yeah. Fellas, don't ever try to kindle yourself with bad beef with women. Don't ever try to make up and say like, hey, well, it was too far. They don't care. They don't care. Did I go too far? You didn't go far enough. If you ever went too far, don't you ever say sorry. I'm trying to tell you, they not coming back to say, oh, I forgive you. No, they don't. No, I meant when I said you were ugly and you were stupid. I'm not coming back and saying sorry. Nope, I'm not saying sorry for that. This view just gets better and better. And I said, see, man, I shouldn't have took her to the old like King Von said. See, now I'm trying to take her home. I'm trying to take her back. I said, here, Steve, hold this arrow real quick. Look at you. Then here they come, boy. Oh, here they come with a salty message. Here they come with the salty message now. No, you can't just blah, blah, blah. Like, yo, so you're really going to be like that, blah, blah. Like, I told you I had stuff to talk about. What's up, Chia? He's like, I told you I had stuff to talk about, and now I don't. I don't want to talk about nothing no more. I was like, girl, and I was like, okay, I understand you upset. And I said, look, we can explain everything if you want. Can we just talk? Bro, she hit me with a, so you have a kid already? I said, bro, it's like, you salty. You have a kid already. I said, even if I wanted to go get a kid out here, I think it's going to take more than a week. I said, girl, that means I would have had to been with a woman before you and then did this with you and then left and then got a kid. Like, a week is not enough time. She's like, oh, so is there somebody else? I'm like, and I told her, I said, girl, because, usually I'll be ready to talk crazy. Because I'm like, who you talking to? I'm like, look here, you chubby heifer. Let me tell you something, you know what I'm saying? And I said, no. Bro, I took a lot to bite my pride. I said, no. I said, I promise you, I haven't talked to nobody else. It's not like that. I said, can we just talk about it later? Because, like I said, I'm a sly dog, man. I'm slick. All I'm trying to do is get you to agree with me. So I can literally, because I know if I keep you talking, you're going to keep talking. That's how I do it. I said, hey, let's just, in the Navy, and then, like I said, I got him to the, well, I don't know stage. I said, yeah, once I get you to the I don't know, I got you. I'm not stupid. I'm a man, dude. We know the game. We know the game. Women fall for this every time. I'm like, girl, I got you. Shut up. Shut up. And I said, quite possibly, I could be rekindling this within another couple of hours, and we can meet up today, and I could probably be over their crib like later. You feel me? I was already playing this out. I said, okay, I know what this is. I said, you gonna call me later? She was like, I don't know. I said, translation is, yes, I'm just playing hard to get right now. Yes, I'm gonna call you. And I was like, I said, mama, I took your advice that you told me to do and give it time and just be all of it. Yeah, no, mama, it don't work. Fellas, don't you ever hold out for no woman, and women, don't you ever hold out for no man. Man, when y'all done, just let it be done. I done heard stories like that. People was like, well, I left them. We divorced for a little bit. I separated. And then months went by, and then they went to another city. Like somebody in my church said that they said they had divorced. I separated for a while. And she moved to Vegas or whatever. And so she was like, she would still watch the ministry. She said she would still be watching the hope to see him there. See him. And so she was like, one day I think she was talking to somebody and she was hoping to talk to them about him or something. And I said, that's a cute love story every once in a blue moon. I said, girl, that wouldn't have been me. I would have been like, man, I'm looking at another sister over there. I ain't looking at this one. That's why I said, I'm like, bro, why don't I just change churches? If you there, I don't want to be there. Let's go change churches. So yeah, I guess it's you. That's why I felt good. The girl I went to the church with, when we stopped being acquainted, and she stopped coming. I said, thank God, because now I can enjoy stuff. It felt good to be able to enjoy church and not sit next to this weirdo and have an awkward encounter, bro. It was so awkward. I said, my happiest day was when she never came back. I said, oh, thank God. I said, oh, thank the Lord. You feel me? I said, I feel good, man. I feel like a renewed man. I never see you again. I don't know, be wrong people, man. They be doing this stuff. I said, I'm not one of them type of people. Maybe they'll come back. Like, bro, you done. You done. There ain't no coming back. There's some stuff where, like I said, I just don't believe you can come back from it. When a relationship is done, sometimes it's best to just let it be done. They want this whole Disney Channel love, like, oh, we'll try again. No, we ain't trying again. Say, girl, you wore out. I don't want that. You old news. You old news. Smelling like cottage cheese. Girl, I don't want that. I was just thinking. I'm like, listen, I know we like people. Why do we do that, man? Like, we really be ready to end it all because somebody don't like us. Like, bro, it's not that serious. I don't think it's really that serious that it has to come to that, bro. It's really obnoxious. It's just super obnoxious, but still. What's she doing? She live streaming herself over here. What's she doing? Wait, I think she's doing, hold on, look. She's doing the what's it called? The little hoops or whatever. That's actually kind of neat. From one live streamer to another. So everybody's a streamer now, so that's kind of neat. But anyways, what was I saying? Something about clutches or something. Let's go sit down on this rocking thing in the shade. That's actually kind of neat, bro. She was actually good at that. She must work for the circus. I like some of you clowns. You feel me? But like I said, I'm like, I don't think I'll be taking any more advice from people who don't know what they're talking about. Not saying Mama don't know what she's talking about, but I was like, Mama, that's old advice. I said, maybe that worked in the 90s and stuff. I said, Mama, that don't work nowadays. People bitter. Like, Mama, people bitter nowadays. Like, it might have worked back in your generation. I said, Mama, it don't work like that in this generation. This generation's stupid. I'm going. It's a pretty bright day out today. Take my shoes off. That was tight. But But like I said, man, I just think people are just, everybody's tired of this stuff now, man. That's why a lot of relationships and stuff are not advertising like they used to be. You know what I'm saying? And I don't blame them, man. Like, this stuff sucks. So that's why I said, don't be a simp, man. Don't be on that line. Well, I miss you, and can we talk it out? No, they already talked it out. They said what they felt, man. You got to learn to start letting people just feel what they feel, man. Like, I'm not going to, like, you already voiced your opinions. Good, whatever. I'm not going to stop you from leaving. You feel me? So you made it very clear you don't want me. You don't want a Negro, so not somebody to do. See, it's not a bad view right here. Like I said, Louisville has its nice moments and it has its sucky moments, which is like 96% of the time, you know what I'm saying? But but like I said, you view how your life was and wonder if I would have made those decisions. What would it have been like? Definitely could say I'm a changed person now, you know what I'm saying? Somewhat, you know what I mean? But the way I used to be, man, I'm not that way no more, you know what I'm saying? That's why I said the stuff you used to cry about, you don't cry about like that no more. Because it's old. Like, you ain't thinking about it. And so, as I said, man, when a person is long gone, they long gone. And I said, well, I wish them the best on their journey, you know what I'm saying? Because I'm doing the best on my journey, you know what I'm saying? That's why I said, like, you have it right out. People write it out to you. So we had talk one day. And I said, look, I just want you to know, like, I still care about you. Like, even if we ain't together, like, it's not going to change. I still care about you, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I said, I just want to make sure that it's, like, it could be preventable, man. Like, I don't know if it could be preventable because I'm like, listen, I know you like me and I like you too. I'm like, I don't think it has to change, like, you feel me? That's what showed me right there. I said, if people can make the hard decision, why can't you? Like, people can make it for themselves. Why can't you make it for yourself? You so worried about how somebody feels. I'm like, well, I don't really care how people feel no more. I'm just going to do what I want, say what I want now. That's why I just really have no filter now because I'm like, it doesn't matter. It don't really matter. So what if you went the other way? What would you have hoped to get from it? What anybody would hope to get from it? A stable, great relationship. Get off me. A stronger bond, you know what I'm saying? Like, you want to have a great time, man. You know what I'm saying? You want to be with somebody that you really enjoy, man, that you like. So I would have hoped to get from it what everybody would hope to get from it, you know what I'm saying? Definitely see how far it'll take you. You don't think as far as, like, marriage, because you don't know somebody yet, so you like, I'm not going to go there yet, but, like, if it leads to that, then, hey, it leads to that, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, I'm not putting it past me like, well, nah, I'll never think about this. Like, no, well, you never know. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. If we vibe with each other, then, like, why not? Like, let's actually see if we can have a real relationship first or whatever, and then see. But I said, but you'll never know if you don't try, man. That's why I said a lot of people have missed out on stuff because they just won't try. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, well, look, if that's what you want to go off of and that's how you want to be, all right, fine. Like, I don't know what to tell you, but all I know is I was willing to try. I was willing to do what it takes, you know what I'm saying? But some people, sadly, are not willing to do the same, which is on them, And I looked at it, I was like, well, they still young-minded, you know what I'm saying? They still like going to raves. They like going to parties, man. And, I was kind of getting off the party. Oh, shoot. I was kind of getting off the party phase. And, like I said, they didn't want to give up their weed. They didn't want to give up they love party drugs or whatever. I'm like, okay, well, look, I'm not going to tell you what to do, but, like I said, they had a pretty tough life. They was changing a lot of that, getting off the drugs and getting off the drinking and stuff. Like, they ain't like no hardcore stuff, but, they, how people are, they young and do like weird stuff. She said, I used to be a heavy drinker, man. You know, she's like, I don't do it no more. You know what I mean? And then she was like, hey, you know, because like I said, I told you I messed people up. I messed her up. Like, because they not used to that. She was a person used it, bro. She told me, she was like, I'm a person, I never cried. And I'm talking about all of this because this plays a role in my life to me now. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not relevant no more, but it's relevant to how I got to where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I'm talking about. I don't talk about my past because I'm stuck there and I'm just like, oh my God, I'll never get over it. It's like I'm talking about it because that's what made me who I am today. Every situation and choice I made led up to this here. You know what I'm saying? So it gives you a better backdrop of who I am and what I got going on. And so, like I said, you know, she was a person that wasn't really emotional. She didn't cry. You know, she didn't cry about nothing. She was very non-emotional about a lot of stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, they never seem to have emotions or cry until they meet me. And then they do. I've seen the hardest core. That's why I said, I'm like, I don't care about you being no hood rat or no ghetto queen. Like, bro, please, I done got to the core of everybody, bro. Everybody I done got to the core. That stuff don't work on me. I said, because I know it's just a front. I'm like, girl, you ain't about it. That's just a front. And I said, really, when I get to you, like, see, then they all in their feelings. Because I'm like, you can be as hard as you want to be. You still a woman. You still going to have women feelings. Like, it's not going to change nothing. You know what I'm saying? You just got your wires crossed right now trying to be tough. But I'm like, you like, come on, man. That's why I said, like, bro, I know how it goes. I know how it goes. Like I said, they try to be all tough and whatever. And she said, look, I don't like love. She said, I don't do that love stuff. She said, one guy she was with, he was like, hey, maybe we should take it to the next level. She was like, it just turned off. She's like, no, I'm good. You know, but I don't want to talk to you no more. Like, they the type of people that's like, I block you. I don't want to talk to you no more. That's disgusting. He's like, well, no, I don't trying to. She's like, no, I don't care. I don't want it. And that was also why I was cautious, too, because I said, well, I know how you feel about that, so I'm not just going to put that on you. I said, see, you can't tell me stuff like that and then think that I'm going to be the most lovey-dovey person. Like, if you don't like that stuff, then I'm not going to do it. You feel me? Like, you would think they would, but again, I don't think people with common sense ain't so common no more. They don't care. But like I said, you know, I try to get people to realize this. They don't want to realize it, so. And then, you know, right when we was kind of going through that, you know, we were still talking to each other, like through Snapchat, whatever, you know, like snapping each other and whatever. And then I remember I was Patty one day. I said, man, I opened it and didn't respond. I was like, I don't even want to respond to this right now. It was already late at night. She had went out with her friends, stuff, and she sent me, oh, okay, I guess you're not going to talk. Whatever. And then when we talked, she said, bro, I was going out there the night. She said, I didn't realize how much this situation was tearing me up and bugging me. Like, it was, because, I mean, again, any breakup or situation is going to bug and tear up anybody. You feel me? Like, oh, it is when you get in your feelings, because, again, she wasn't a girl's girl. She wasn't like it. That's why I liked her, because she wasn't like one of them soft, feminine girls. You know what I'm saying? Like, she was cool. She wasn't like, you know what I'm saying? She was from the country. She was like a country girl, so she was like, wow. You know what I'm saying? Like, she wasn't like, oh, my God, Brittany, and like, I can't stand her. She wasn't these ghetto housewives or nothing. She wasn't like nothing like that. She was just cool. You know, I liked her because she acted like one of the dudes almost. Like, she was cool. You feel me? Well, like I said, men don't really like all of that other stuff, man. We like girls that are like the dudes. We like stuff like that. That's why we hang around girls like that all the time. You know what I mean? And I said, okay, I could fool with you. I can get with that. You know what I'm saying? And then I seen how, you know, even after that we had talked. She said, bro, she was like, I used to drink a lot. She was like, and I realized that the situation was leading me back to drinking again. I didn't know how serious it was at the time. I was like, bro, this ain't that serious. Like, it ain't that for real. And I said, well, maybe to me it ain't. But I said, but to her, this is probably everything. They never had this before. You know what I mean? That's what made me want to pursue it. Because I'm like, well, look, maybe if you just give it a chance, you'll see it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't know if you don't try. You know what I mean? She was like, I was going out and I was drinking and stuff. Like, I remember she had texted me. She was drunk. Like, we just usually not like her. She don't do that. You know what I'm saying? They was all drunk and slurring their speech. You could tell, like, drunk people got this, like, look in their face. Like, and I was like, girl, you drunk. You ain't gonna remember nothing. Go on. She said, I went out that night. She said, I was talking to my friend about you and I was showing her our pictures and videos and stuff like that. She said, I was just drinking. She said, I was getting drunk and that's not even like me. She said, I just had to get drunk to feel something different. I was like, well, dang, I didn't know I was doing this to you, my nigga. You should have told me. See? And then I told her, I said, bro, why didn't you tell me this 3 weeks ago? I don't know. I said, I wasn't just telling you to tell me for me. I was telling you to tell me that for you so I can give you closure. See, this is the stuff you be trying to tell women. Like, I'm trying to give you closure. I can't give you closure on something I don't know that don't exist. If you don't tell me, that's why I said, see, this nigga line stuff right here, this is why I'm like this, man. Because, like, you don't gotta lie. You are so worried about not trying to hurt somebody feeling. Like, bro, you ain't gotta lie to me, G. If you feel no type of way, tell me how you feel. If it's something that I did wrong, or if it's something that you have an issue with, come and voice your opinions with me, dude. Because then when you do this stuff later on down the road, I'm not gonna respect you. See, I respect the person that's like, hey, can we talk? Well, look, I don't know how you meant this by when you said that, but I kind of want to talk. Okay, I can respect that. But when you gonna come 3 weeks down the road later and they want to text a Negro and they want to call me or Snapchat me, and then, well, I was thinking, I'm like, well, bro, you should have told me this a long time ago. What was you doing the whole 3 weeks? I said 3 weeks, I was in your face. 3 weeks, we was laughing, smiling, hugging, and cuddling. We was doing all type of stuff. Why didn't you tell me this 3 weeks ago, fool? Now you have an issue? Now you don't want to say nothing? Now today just something popped up in you to where you can't take it no more. I know why you can't take it no more, because you faking it. Don't fake it, G. Tell me what's wrong. That's it. Now they want to come and, well, I can't take it no more. Well, you didn't have to take it at all. You could have just told me. I don't ever want to hear no women no more talk about men ain't honest. No, I don't. Some of y'all niggas ain't honest. Some of y'all ain't. You weren't honest with your feelings. That's why y'all deflecting. That's why really y'all do be deflecting. Like, a man can't tell the truth. You can't tell the truth either, G. You can't tell it either. The minute you get in your feelings, the best thing you do is run and hide. That's what you do. That's not telling the truth. Lying to my face because you don't want to hurt my feelings, that's called lying. That's not telling the truth. Right, man. Can't read your mind. That's why. But you be surprised, bro. A lot of women think that dudes are supposed to know what they thinking. We don't know and don't care what you thinking at all. We don't. Not that we don't know. We don't care either. If you ain't gonna voice it, that's not our problem. I wouldn't know if I offended you. You won't say nothing. You won't even talk about it. And I said, well, you had enough wherewithal to tell your sister and your friends, right? Yeah. So why you ain't tell me? Why you ain't tell me for? I'm the first person that should have knew this. And that showed me right there. I said, see, whenever you have an issue and whenever you have a problem, you gonna run to your mom and them. You gonna run to your people before you run to me. I can't be with a person that can't tell me. The whole point about a relationship is being with a person that come to you first. At least go to God first and then come to you. But any human being, you should come to me first. Right? And if you can't do that, then I'm like, then you showing me you ain't somebody that I want to be with. I'm not marrying your mama or dating your friends. I'm dating you. I want to be with you. And when you can't do that, you showing me that mommy is always going to be more important, and your friends' opinion is going to be more important, and social media's opinion is going to be more important. You're not showing me that you really care. And I don't want to be with somebody like that. And then it needs to be the same people that be in your DM after you stop talking. Well, why you talking to me like that anymore? And I miss you. And I'm sorry. And I know you're not sorry. You're not sorry. No, sorry should have came 3 weeks before and told me this. And then because they already got a version of you in their mind that they believe exists, even when you, and that's why I said, don't ever argue with a woman. Don't ever sit right there and try to prove your point. Boy, that's the dumbest thing you can do. They gonna already still think it. It don't matter. It don't matter what you say. They always gonna still believe what they want to believe. Well, I know you telling the truth, and I know I'm sorry I didn't tell you earlier, but I still gotta do what's better for me. I'm like, so pretty much my explanation did nothing. So I just wasted my time. They want to hear your explanation. They want to hear how you feel. And then these be the same people. Well, men can talk too. Men can express their feelings and talk too. And then the nigga do. And then we feel stupid because we get told this. Well, I understand what you're saying, but I still gotta go off of what I can't afford to get in this situation. I'm like, a situation that I just literally proved didn't exist. They are so stuck on that's where they want to be. That's where they want to go at. So I'm like, you know what? If that's how you want to be, bro, fine. You like that. So no, don't say that men don't express how they feel enough, because when they do, you shoot them down. And this is why a lot of men don't say nothing, because then it gets thrown in their face. It takes a lot for a man to get on here with some simp knowledge and get on here and, well, look, I'm just trying to tell you how I feel. It takes a lot for us to say that, man. It makes us feel stupid. It makes us feel like some total gaylord, man. Like, we gotta get on here and tell you how we feel. That makes us feel bad. And then when you sit right there and shoot us down, like, well, cool, but I listen. Like, well, it didn't matter. And then you wonder why Negroes be angry, man. It's like, dude, because look how you play with people's feelings. Look how you do that. Then a man stop talking, man. Then you wonder why when AI robots come out in the future, niggas gonna start dating them. I don't even blame them, because I might get an AI girlfriend. I'm tired of you niggas too. Like, bro, y'all get on my nerves. Like, dude, y'all so emotional about everything, and then you don't deal with your feelings, and then you do stupid stuff like this, and half you niggas are just good to look at. That's why I say it don't matter what race or ethnicity, man. Half of y'all just good to stare at half the time. Like, yeah, cause you got the bosom, but you ain't got nothing else. You got the frame, but you ain't got nothing else. You might have a pretty face, but you ain't got nothing else, dude. You stupid as a rock, man. You don't know nothing. And then you wonder why somebody wouldn't date you. You wonder why niggas like going to Fantasyland. Niggas going to video games, man, and going to the sports, because that's the one place they can go where y'all wasn't at. And now y'all trying to come in the gaming community and trying to come in the sports community, and now we can't even do that. Can't even enjoy that. Now a man's got a small PP if he play video games. Now a nigga gay if he play video games. Like, why is it every time we find something we like, something wrong with us? Says the ones that lick their female friends. I know you ain't trying to talk, but you ain't meet girls that do their female friends. All you niggas be bisexual. All I do is, I know you ain't trying to talk. But we gay though. Girls will kiss each other and do each other and lick each other and talk about, well, I ain't gay. I was just like, what is that called then? What's it called? That's why I didn't talk to women in Louisville, because half of these niggas is bisexual. Half of them niggas is gay already and won't admit it. They won't admit it. They trying to do their best friend. They got a history of doing other girls and stuff. They don't count those as their bodies, though. That's why I said they be like, well, I ain't got that much body count. Like, no, you don't count the bodies that you don't count. If we counted those, you be up there. I know a girl, she wonder why she can't get a dude, because you always with other girls. And then I told y'all, when girls fall out with each other, you know why. Ain't no such thing as, no, she ain't giving me my lip balm back. Or our friendship came to an end. Like, no, your friendship came to an end because y'all couldn't stop licking each other. You figured out how many licks it takes to get to the center of that Tootsie Pop. And then that's why you left. Because you finally figured out, Mr. Al, Mr. OVO. See? Is OVO short for ovulation? Is that what it's short for? You know, OVO, Drake's Al, OVO. Is that short for ovulation? Ovulation or something? Ovaltine or something? My nigga, like, what is this? And then they be wanting to blame us. Somebody, nah, it's just the man. I said, no, women get in their feelings too. Y'all be doing each other. Y'all getting each other's feelings with each other. Y'all weird as all I do. You trying to blame us for something that y'all did. That's why everybody knew that was weird tension one time. I said, nah, that's weird tension between y'all. What y'all done did? Because I know this. That's why I said, like, some people don't know. I know this. I said, no, she's behaving like how she would behave if she's in a relationship. What you do? Because I know women, y'all getting your feelings. I'm like, what you do? And then you find out the whole time they had a secret love thing going on. Or they was drunk. You know how they say, well, I was drunk. Yeah, right, yeah, okay. And now they not friends no more. And then they won't come to me like, I don't know. I said, well, here's an idea, nigga. Quit licking them. Stop doing that. Why don't you do that? You know how y'all be on here crying about how dudes just want to play everything? And so I said, well, maybe you should stop playing everything too. So Scissor Sydney Sweeney's, man, like, maybe you should stop doing that. Maybe if you stop doing that, you can hold a female friend relationship. I don't know how you don't understand. I know how you don't understand that, because you live in freaking Louisville. And you stupid too. I forgot. And that's why I had to tell a girl, I said, look, I'll always like you, but my nigga, you from Indiana. It makes sense why you dumb half the time. Like, you from Indiana. Like, you don't know nothing. That's why I moved to San Antonio. I was like, bro, because people got common sense out here, man. People actually know what they doing. They know what they living for, man. It was really weird to go out there and see people that actually had, like, businesses and ideas of stuff they wanted to do. You didn't hear girls out there talking about they want to ply everybody all day. They was too busy in school getting a career. Half of them own a house, man. They out of business. Y'all seen a little 19-year-old kid that walked up on me the other day, man, got a 6-figure business. Be entrepreneurs, man, because they start young. People don't do that out here. They don't care. I can show you the street that everybody go on, bro. Everybody go on this one street for partying. All of them. That's why I said, if you're a Louisville native, you know exactly what I'm talking about, because they all do the same stuff. That's why one of my friend's sisters came in here. She a Louisville native, and I told her, I said, see, you a Louisville native. Everybody else in here ain't. I said, watch, I'm going to say a place you going to know. I said, Baxter's Avenue. She started laughing. Yep, that's where everybody go. That's where everybody go at. That's where everybody get shot at. That's where everybody get killed at. That's where everybody go get spread all type of stuff at. That's where everybody get drugged at. Everybody goes up there and does the same stupid stuff. Some people, man, I really think they don't live for nothing. And then they be wondering why I wouldn't date that. I'm like, dude, look at you. It's one thing you got to worry about another man around your woman. You got to worry about other women around your women. I got to make sure you ain't got gay tendencies. I don't care what other girls do. I care what you do. That was always fun to me. Like, girl, I'd be doggone if I'm going to lose my woman to some other woman. Negro, please. If I was that type of nigga, I would have both of y'all. I would have both of y'all over beneath. Believe me, girl. Please. Believe me, a nigga, I got factory resetting settings. Boy, believe me, I don't have, listen. I done been doing the game for a long time, y'all. I'm a veteran of that. I know how it goes. So believe me when I tell you, I can factory reset you. I know how it goes. You know how many girls I done seen that act like that they was like it. I don't know, they battling what they is or they don't know. Yeah, they always seem to have feelings for me though. Yeah, I know one thing, you got feelings for me. They seem to always be attracted to me. I thought you said you was lesbian. I thought you said you was bisexual. You seem to like me. Why is that? Why is that? Did I hit the factory reset settings? Is that what it is? Did I let you know what's up? Is that what it is? That's why I said, like, girl, please. I'll give you a good point of view. Keep in mind, these same friends that they do, these are the ones that they go talk to their friends about. They can't trust no men. All men are bad. Oh, yeah, okay. Until they meet me. I'm like, well, how do I know you're not gonna do stuff? Well, then, G, it's called you gonna have to trust me. How do I know you ain't gonna go whore around? How do I know you ain't gonna do that either? Like, it's like, why don't you, this go both ways? How do I know you ain't gonna go talk to your ex-boyfriend? How do I know? I don't know who you was with, so how do I know who you were around? Like, I don't know. I guess we're gonna have to trust each other. You know what's one of the most infuriating things about my ex? Was that they wanted to believe stuff about you, but they didn't want you to believe stuff about them. So they wanted to believe, like, well, no, all men say that like that. No, all men do this. Okay. And then when I would put something on her, when I would say, okay, well, that's giving, weird activity. I can't believe you would view me like this, and you're trying to call me less than, and you're trying to, no. So you can view me like that because all men do this. But then when women do this, and I said to you now, well, I'm not all women. Now I gotta trust the fact that you said that you're not like it. So then you should trust the fact that I said I ain't like it, right? I said, so you want me to trust you because you said so, not because there's proof or evidence, but because you said so. And then when I told you trust me, oh no, that's not enough. No, because all you do is lie. Okay. Just like how she didn't like the fact that, of course, obviously, I'm around other women because I work with them and I got women friends. She ain't like one of my friends for whatever reason. And didn't like the fact that we would go places where we never went nowhere alone. We was always with everybody else. I don't like you being around her. Why? Is it because she's harder than you? Is that what it is? Was that what it was? That's probably what it was now I think about it. It's always they jealous of somebody prettier than them. My son's stupid. And then one time, we did go somewhere, because, Steve can be alone with women and not plow them. I can be alone with women and not touch their breasts because I got self-control. I respect my relationship or myself or that person or God or whatever. I respect people enough not to do that. Super hypocrisy. That's not cool that you're left alone with them in a certain spot. Like, you shouldn't. I said, well, do you know why they feel comfortable to be left alone with me? Because they know Steve ain't gonna never try nothing. And I never tried nothing. These ain't no ugly women now. These ain't no ugly females. Everywhere me and this girl went, they thought we was together. She was cute, I'm cute. So they was like, oh, y'all must be a thing. They was like, hey, man, hey, your shorty bad. I said, that ain't my shorty. It's not mine. I could have did all types of stuff. I didn't because I had respect, self-control. You should never be around. I said, okay, I can understand. I can understand how that sounds. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have been alone with them at one point. Okay, even though we didn't do nothing. I said, okay, I can understand. I don't want to be disrespectful or, I understand respect. Like, boundaries. Okay, I won't do that. And then I figured out that the nigga was with one of her friends and got weird when he got the wrong idea. Tried to grab her face and kiss her. And she was like, I don't know where he got that from. I said, because you was alone with the nigga. You was alone with him. And I said, wait a minute. Didn't you just get on my, she's like, well, that's different because he's my friend. I said, but didn't you just get on my case? Because I was alone with my friend. So your friend, it's okay. I said, out of all our friends, which one of the niggas try to kiss us? Mine or yours? I've been alone with a lot of my friends. Ain't none of them girls grab my face try to kiss me. I wonder why that is. And the fact is, why the nigga try to kiss you for, huh? I said, hypocrisy. I said, but she like, well, no, that's because I thought he was my friend. I said, but my friend that I claim my friend, we didn't do nothing together. That didn't stop you from still stereotyping us. I said, but your friend, she never tried to know me. Your friend did. I was not. Now you don't. Now they won't have this conversation. Now they don't want to talk because now they don't like the fact that they hypocrites. They just got called out. I said, oh, so when men say something, we automatically lie, but then we supposed to trust your word when you say something. I said, girl, don't nobody lie more than a woman. Shut up. And they prove time and time again. And I said, I think I know why you have a hard time in life, because you stupid. I think I know exactly why you have a hard time in life. I'll never fully trust you. And then guess what I said? I don't care. I told you, after that, I don't care. Well, then nigga don't trust me, man. My mama didn't trust me. My friends and my family, man, my church folk and everybody all over the world, my community trust me, man. You don't trust me. You should care about what I think. No, I shouldn't care about what you think, nigga. You obviously show what you think and what you want to. No, I don't care. You keep bragging about how much you don't. Okay, I don't want to trust you then. I don't care if you do. Well, then why are we together? That's a good question. Why are we together? And now they want to, here they come with the victim mentality. You usually care. And you usually care if I left or not. So basically what they saying is they usually care when the game would work. And now the game don't work. And now here they come with the water words. No. You ain't gonna come with 10 F-bombs and then you won't come with, I'm not crying. No. I'm soccer your way, nigga. It don't work like that. I'm sorry. That's why I said women's tears now be immune to me. I'm like, it don't even bother me no more. I'm just like, bro, y'all just be full of it. Just like, you are the greatest actors of all time. You want to school people on what love and loyalty is. I said, but you doing the equivalent of what he's doing. So he can't have women friends, but you can have men friends. That's crazy. That's why I always thought that was stupid, man. Talking about, give me your phone. I ain't never had nobody do it to me, because you wouldn't even be able to do it anyways. I'm not giving you my phone. Even if I did have something to hide, I could still say, no, nigga, it's my phone. I pay my bills. I'll pay my bills, man. What's up, Denise? Talking about if he don't let you go through his phone, he cheat. Like, no, maybe it's because he pays his own bills. Maybe it's because he's tired of some anti-fat having nigga that got a bad attitude trying to find dirt on him all the time. Because then guess what's going to happen when you go through his phone and don't find nothing? You're going to look for something else. Guess what happens when you can't find nothing? You're going to keep looking for stuff. These type of people are exhausting, man. A miserable person is exhausting because they always going to find some reason to be miserable. They're going to find 15 times they looked through your phone, they didn't find nothing wrong. They're going to find 15 times they looked at your text messages and looked at your friends, they couldn't find 1 ounce of cheating or nothing. And guess what's going to happen on the 16th time? They're going to do the same thing. They're not going to change. Well, you just smart enough not to get caught. Like, no, maybe it's because I'm not doing it at all. I didn't do anything at all. I said, so basically what you telling me is that I'm a dirt dog no matter what I do. You pretty much telling me that I'm not worth it. That's why a lot of niggas just go out and cheat. They go and do whatever. Because like you already suggest I am. You already saying that I'm doing it. I might as well go do it. I might as well just go ahead and be the expectation that you want me to be. You don't respect me as a good man, so you ain't going to respect me as this. Whatever. Ain't nothing worse than being a good man and getting treated like you done did something wrong. That used to piss me off. You ain't did a crime wrong, man, and they sitting there looking at you like you did. You don't have that same energy for your ex-boyfriend that left you. Dudes that verbally abuse you and beat you, but now you want to have that energy when it comes to me. Nigga, get real. You couldn't beat them. You couldn't beat me. And that's why I said, sorry, I don't respect whores. I don't respect skanks. Sorry, I don't respect little niggas. I don't respect people like you. These are the people that need IG to talk for them. We'll go get a caption and post, love and loyalty and waste my time or not. I'm going to be all right without you. Nigga, shut up. That needs some Rick Ross caption. Like, nigga, you stupid. She tried to send me to one of them. I was like, girl, I'm not reading this crap. I said, look, are you going to speak for you or are you going to let IG speak for you? That's why I don't respect you now. That's why you crying now, because I don't respect you because you can't think for yourself. I'll post some stupid Instagram story and trying to get at you. Like, and then these be the people, y'all. This is how exhausting. Remember I told you, miserable people. These are the people, this is how exhausting it is. They will post subliminals and get mad when you don't watch their subliminals. They will get mad because, again, they keep checking to see if you looked at it. And then when they see your name ain't by their story, they get stressed. Because they trying to work witchcraft on you. Like, dude, stop. A freaking simple conversation Like 2 adults. That's all it would take. And they will plan out months of pettiness and stupid stuff. Do you see now why it says hell got no fury like a woman scorned? It don't mean because she's murderous and she gonna kill everything she see one. It means she gonna be petty as all I do. She gonna make your life a living hell, man. She is going to make everything super complicated just because she can. She can't hurt you. She can't kill you. So she gonna do the most stupidest stuff just to piss you off. Posting subliminals and trying to take pictures with other niggas that make you mad and jealous. Blowing up your phone and trying to stop you from getting a new girlfriend or something. Like, this is what they do. All that stuff is harmless. But it is extremely petty. They will hate on your new girl, your wife, try to take out extra child support money on you, you feel me? Trying to take out EPOs on you. Like, you know what I'm saying? Trying to stop you from seeing your kids. Wicked. And then you think I feel sorry when a Negro go upside your head? No, I don't feel sorry. I think you need 2 go upside your heads. I think that's what you need. You didn't want to use your mind, so I had to make you use it when I slapped you. Maybe that'll make you think. They're like, well, you know, I don't think that stuff is funny. People shouldn't mention. Well, yeah, in some cases they should. In some cases they should. I think some women should take some frying pans and crack a nigger upside his head. And then I think of some instance where some dudes should go upside your head. Like, you stupid. I do think that. I do think it's called the equality. That's what it's called. I think you stupid, and I think he's stupid, and I think y'all both just need to hash it out. Y'all both need to go upside each other's head. And stay off Instagram posting your feelings, because we don't care. Extreme bitterness. Chill, you wouldn't believe, man. That's why I said, like, man, if y'all ain't in relationships, you ain't missing out on nothing. And not all relationships are like it, but this is just, nowadays is just, oh my God, bro. This is unbelievably stupid. Like, Daddy was talking about relationships, but that was back when he was alive, back in like 2017. Like, if he was alive to see this now, man, he'd be like, oh my God, bro, this is terrible. Everything just went terrible, man. You wonder why people just choose to be single. People's choosing to be like Paul, have Paul's grace, and never marry and never do nothing, man, because you're tired of people. It's the games, man. I tell one of the homies that, man, he wasn't having the best luck with women. I said, well, bro, you ain't missing out on nothing. I said, bro, you better be lucky you ain't mess with the wrong one. I said, just be glad about that. You ain't mess with the wrong one, because they will get on your nerves. And ain't nothing you can really do about it. And I said, that's what usually why a lot of men are sarcastic and we nonchalant, because we know we can't do nothing about it. It ain't worth hitting you. We not physical. We ain't gonna do that. You know what I'm saying? But we can be very mental. Like I said, we know how to get in your mind. You can talk as crazy as you want to talk. It don't matter, man. Some niggas already hit. They already hit and screwed you. They already got what they want. So it don't matter now. I already got what I wanted, so it don't matter. Don't faze me none. As I said, I wasn't always the best person, and I wasn't always saved. So when I got what I wanted, I was out. I was done. Well, you know what? It might suck that you don't want it. But you know what? Old news. Yesterday's paper. The royal flush. The leftovers. Taking out the trash. Whatever you want to call it, man. Cooking with a wet noodle. Whatever you want to say. Like, I got euphemism days, man. You are old stuff, man. And I said, I just looked at it now. I said how I looked at it. I said, you know, you'd be upset about it. I'm like, no, I'm just like, okay, well, where else on the map? You know what I do? I just take a needle and throw it at the map. And wherever that lands at the map, that's where I'm going to put my location, and I'm going to talk to some woman from that country. So land in Nepal, I'm going to go talk to one in Nepal. Land in Bermuda, I'm going to talk to a woman in Bermuda. If it land in Zimbabwe, I'm going to go find one. I don't care no more. Because I'm like, a woman's a woman. As long as they're a biological woman, they a woman. And all over the world, they love dudes. So I'm going to go find where I'm loved. I'm telling you, that's really how it would be, man. Ex was Mexican. I said, okay, let's move on with Puerto Rican. Puerto Rican got my okay, let's move on with Colombia. Colombia got my okay, let's move on with the Ecuadorian. Like, just keep moving on. Just keep it going now. It ain't nothing to keep trying out stuff. Like, bro, I can sample for days. If that's how I feel, I can figure out which one I like the best. Nothing wrong with that. You never know what you like. People always think you ain't gonna never get over there. Man, God made 8 billion people. Why in the world we gotta be stuck with one? That's why I said, I don't know how some of y'all deal with it, boy, because if I was married now, I'd divorce half you niggas. Like, bro, I don't know how y'all sit right there and deal with somebody who's just bitter. Somebody who's just angry all the time. Just evil. Y'all said that some people just be evil, dude. What's up, Reese? So as I said, you learn to just leave that stuff in the past, man. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I said if you can't tell me straight up what you feeling and what you want, then I ain't got no conversation to say with you. I ain't got nothing to say to you. And leave it at that. That's why I said, you know, you really healed when you ain't on Instagram. See, so you know the person that's for real, that's over it, when they not on Instagram posting it. This is why I say a lot of dudes like women that probably recently just came out of a divorce, because usually the women that come out of divorce are not posting it. Every thought from here to Cancun and freaking Mississippi is posting their boyfriend breakup. I said, but when it comes to a divorce, that's personal. People don't post that. People are not posting they update case update y'all. We a couple of papers away from big and official. They ain't posting that. That's very personal. A woman ain't trying to be on social media, post her feelings. She's trying to heal, man. That takes a lot to heal from a divorce, dude. So of course she's not gonna be on there talking about, yeah, I'm 6 steps away from getting divorced, 5 steps away from getting divorced. She might tell everybody like, hey, I am kind of going to do divorce. But guess what they say? I'm not really going to be on social media that much. I don't really want to talk much about it. As stuff goes on, I'll explain it later. And that's why a lot of men can respect women that come out of a divorce, because they mature. The girls that get their heart broken, breakups all the time, boyfriend stuff, they ain't even mature. I don't like her. Like, girl, they weren't even officially, you find they weren't even officially dating. They was just plowing. You was getting that boy. He was yakking you. That's what it was. He was an ox inside you, and then you know he got made to freshly cut oxtails, and now you come here. Oh, you don't want to ox me no more. It's like, yeah, obviously. You weren't even officially a thing with the dude, man. How you gonna talk about it? Like, shut up. Respect nobody like it. There's 8 billion people, because not everybody in the party is human. I say we've got a good 329,890 people that's real humans, bro. At this point, boy, I said an alien gray is more attractive than you Negroes, man. I said I'll take a daggone reptilian, man. I mean, obviously at this point, I'm just like, bro, I'm tired of y'all. If the alien humanoid woman don't talk about her feelings all day and ain't crying about everything, I think she would be a better candidate. I can make an alien to a housewife. What are you talking about? That's a good candidate, man. I just don't know how to live. So that's why I said, man, that stuff just obnoxious, dude. That's super obnoxious. This is what we got to hear all day, man. That's why I say you wonder why people are tired. They don't want to hear everything they fought all the time, bro. People don't like it. Men and women. Nobody want to hear that. Come with these problems. I know you got problems when you trying to blame me for something. I ain't even did nothing to you. I don't even know you. You coming to me talking about, hey, well, you made me feel. I don't even know you. And I said, no, what's the real issue? Then you found out the real issue is they got stuff that they won't deal with. Problems they won't deal with. I didn't know how to tell you. I said, well, so you gonna blame me? Is that how you tell me you just gonna blame me? Hold on. You know, just like how a lot of women don't want to be blamed for stuff that goes on in their life, men don't want to be blamed for that either. And I said, you victim blaming us because you feel some type of way is not going to save your feelings, dude. It's just going to make it worse for you. But hey, you know, don't take my advice. What do I know? I'm just a stupid black man, right? Don't take my advice. That's why I say I don't know how dudes be. People just cry over everything, though, man. I can't stand this stuff. They on there talking bad about black men. Good, let them. Good. Keep talking. I wanted to be documented when Negroes don't date you. I wanted to be documented. Keep talking, man. You know what's better than dealing with drama? Stuff like this. Food. So busy trying to accuse a Negro trying to knock off everything. See? Mm, it's good. Eat that stuff all day. See, and that's why I tell people shut up. You got no idea what you talking about. See, you let your insecurity talk for you. I remember that happened before. I was always around this one person. And you know, you already getting stereotyped. Remember, Steve can be around women and never knock them off. Never saw them like that. Never did that with them. And I kept getting accused. That's why I said, like, no, people want to accuse you. See, and that's why I said, see, the more you accuse a nigga, you don't eat them words. And then guess what they did? They ate them words. Nah, y'all gonna end up together. Nah, y'all knocking each other off secretly. Like, no, we not. We ain't do that. We literally had like almost like a brother and sister relationship going. Like, we was close. We was cool. Somebody else tried to do that. It was with somebody else. They tried to do the same thing. I got accused by my man. Now you trying to do, you know, the whole time the girl had herpes. The whole time. They made it very vocal and clear. Everybody knew it. No diss to them. And I didn't tell her at the time. I'm like, well, I don't tell people's business, but they made it very clear and everything to everybody they wanted to. You know, they want to tell everybody. And I said, first off, the real reason I'm gonna give it to them because I'm like, I'm with you and I don't even like them. And I said, on top of it, see, they got something. And look how you just accused me. See, don't you feel? And then guess what? They felt stupid for the accusing me. I said, see, don't you feel stupid for accusing me all that time? See, that's what happened when you were an insecure woman. You used to accuse everybody of everything all the daggone time. But look how you accuse me. Don't even care. Wasn't no sorry. See, I ain't got no sorry. I didn't get no sorry. Like, oh, I'm sorry for accusing you, and I'm sorry I didn't trust you. I said you should have trusted me for a reason. I'm saying no for a reason. It was 2 reasons I was saying no. But that wasn't good enough for you. That wasn't good enough for you. So no, a lot of times I don't feel sorry. I don't feel bad for people who go through that. Because I'm just like, no, I said a lot of that stuff can really be avoided. Dealing with people like you make it hard, bro. You really make it hard. And it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be like this. A simple conversation is all it takes. And you too dumb to do that. So as I said, fellas, don't be in no girl DM trying to DM. Well, hey, let's just talk. No, I know. Let's just talk. We've already talked. We've already talked. You made it very clear what you want, because women will do that. They'll do that playing games and want you to. No, I'm not doing that. I'm not chasing you. And guess what happened when when you used to chase me? You used to show me you can't. You used to. I want somebody. I'm like, when they gonna find somebody like it? I'm giving you all the opportunity in the world too. Why you mad? Why you mad for? You can't be honest and tell me what you really feeling, so that's not a person I'm gonna be with. I don't care how cute she is. I don't care. That's why I said, see, I don't base stuff off of body. I don't base stuff off of big butt size and breast size, and you know what I'm saying? I don't care about that. What's up, bro? I said, what's up, dog? I said, I don't base stuff off of that. You feel me? I base it off of how you is as a person. So half you niggas don't understand. Y'all be so quick to look at some black and white girl, want to compare the sizes and stuff. I said, well, you know, the girl might got a bigger butt, but she's just like stupid. She's stupid. Half her brain is in her butt, because that's all she's ever used to think. Have you never thought that's why? I don't see it. Well, you don't see it, but somebody else do. That's the problem. You don't see it. Maybe they got intelligence, something that you lacking on. Maybe that's what they got. See, to me, intelligence is sexy. Respect is very attractive. You might not be the cutest person, but you know, you got respect. That goes a long way. You'd be surprised. That goes a long way. I'd rather be with a person that's respectful than a person with a big old butt. Because at the end of the day, that big old badonkadonk gonna get wore out, and that ain't gonna be used for nothing good. Nobody wants it. Nobody cares either. There's more out here than just some badonkadonks, man. Again, stuff's just overplayed, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, what's up, peace? And I really think that, man. A lot of stuff is overplayed, dude. People this is what they do. And that's why I say I don't like people that do this. So that's why I said be straight with somebody, man. You in a relationship or whatever. Let me crack my back. Be straight up. Mm. And that's why I said, like, bro, you can't tell me what you feeling, what you dealing with, but you want a relationship, and that's why people don't understand why I say no. Because then you see how people act. It's like, dude, I want to know that somebody can be in a relationship with me that's going to be honest and talk to me. And if you can't do that, then I'm like, I don't think I really want to be with you. I don't think I want to be around you. I need to know that you're going to be honest and that you're going to come to me when you got a problem and not lie. You know what I'm saying? Remember, I told y'all from my experience, I'm telling y'all from my experience, women would do anything and everything except one thing. So I don't know what be wrong with these niggas. They be like, no, you can't get a woman to do nothing. I said, bro, every woman I've been with, it wasn't hard to get. I didn't have to have them do nothing. I said, see, brother, if you do the right thing and play your cards right, they won't have an issue with doing it. Most women don't have an issue with doing stuff. They just want to make sure that it's worth doing. I said, see, bro, women would do any and everything but the one thing they should. I'm telling y'all, I've experienced this. They'll cook for you. They will want to go places with you, go on dates. They'll post you and make you all, you know what I'm saying? They'll tell everybody about you. Make you feel special sometimes. I said, bro, they will sex you. They will do everything but the one thing you ask. And that's just to be honest and tell me if you have an issue. That's too hard to do. That's the one thing they can't do. They true feelings, they can't do it. That's the one thing you do ask. Like, hey, all I ask is that you just be real, just be honest. And some, not all, but some of them, that's just too hard. They can't do it. So this is why I said people are just tired of talking, because it's like, I'm not, and this is why a lot of people don't expect no more. They don't expect nothing. Because it's like every time you try to expect something from, not everybody, but some people, like, we try to expect something from them, look at how they operate. And that's what stops you from really having some relationship sometimes, because you don't want to deal with that. You don't want to keep going through that, you know what I mean? So, this is why a lot of people branch off and do their solo dolo thing. That's why I was even looking at our friend group, man. And like I said, everybody mainly like branched off and did something else. You know what I'm saying? It was the dudes first. Like I said, the dudes was the ones we moved away first. My homie moved to Phoenix. I moved to San Antonio shortly after that. Another guy, he moved away, you know what I'm saying? And then I think another guy moved away. You know, and the girls was the last ones to go. Because again, the girls, all they cared about here was partying and doing the same stuff. They was doing it a few years after we left. You know what I'm saying? And they was always having fights and drama and all type of stuff. I'm like, they just wasn't changing. Now they changed. Now one, she's married. You know what I'm saying? The other one, she went doing something else. I don't know. You know what I'm saying? The other one, she just got married a while back to her baby daddy or whatever. You know? They got kids now. One of them, she got a house with her guy. You know what I'm saying? And she got a kid. You know what I'm saying? They growing up doing their thing. And then one is still there. One is still drinking. Still doing the same stuff. Still doing the same, like they never changed. Keep in mind, this has been going on since like 2018. I'm just like, dude, that's almost 10 years. Some people just don't want to change. And not knocking them, but as I said, man, some stuff is just, I don't know. You gotta want more. You know what I'm saying? And I wanted more out of my life. That's why I said I moved. And I went somewhere else because I wanted to do better. And I said my thing was I had to cut women off for a while. You know what I'm saying? You know, I know everybody was interested about my love life and trying to figure some stuff out, but I'm just like, bro, there's a reason I don't tell everybody stuff, man. I don't want everybody to know this. You know what I mean? I don't want everybody. Like I don't. I wanted to figure some stuff out for myself. Cause I just got tired of the way that women would act, man. I got tired. I got tired of the way I would act. You know what I'm saying? Like that's not living. That's why I said it's pure selfishness, man. You know, as I say all of this because it leads up to who I am and how I am today. And this is the stuff I had to go through. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, this is the stuff that I went through with my past relationships. You know what I'm saying? And somebody not having that same energy, you know. Well, most of them did. I'm just saying, like, my ex was the only one. Like, they don't have that same energy for you back. You know what I'm saying? And then it just takes too much just to deal with this. I'm just like, dude, if this is what being married is like, I don't want to be married right now. I don't. That's probably why Paul chose to just go the grace route, man, because he got tired of fools, man. You don't want to do that. You want to deal with people's feelings all the time. Even though he chose the ministry route, which is hard because you got to deal with people. I said, but I think I know why he did some of that, because it's like, bro, you get tired of something. I said, you get tired of just like dealing with people, you know what I mean? Sometimes it's better off when you don't. People can be annoying, man. Like, ugh. And as I said, you know, these relationships, man, I didn't always do the right thing. I didn't always do them right, you know what I'm saying? But that was on both of us, you know what I'm saying? And I should have known, like, you know what I mean? I should have known when that I was moving, you know what I'm saying? I shouldn't have got that deep. You know, and that's the thing, it was never supposed to go that deep, but it did, you know? And I should have never did that, you know what I'm saying? But I was like, well, let me see. I said, you never know, let me see. And then it ended up going deeper than what I thought, you know? It went deeper for both of us, you know? To the point where it was like, we didn't know we had like a real connection. I said, look, if I would have met you before I did this, we would have definitely did this, but I didn't know, you know what I'm saying? And that's fine because now my mind is open to a lot more. That's why I said my options was way better. It took me a while to see that because, you know, you were still kind of upset and hurting over it, but you see it now, you know? And I said, what you feeling is growing pains, man. That's why I came out with the song Growing Pains, because I'm like, that's what I was going through. You know what I'm saying? Like, you maturing your mind, man. You're doing a lot better in life now. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is what it is. This is just the stage of maturity that you know, you got to go through. And it just, that calls for not being stupid like you used to be no more. You know what I'm saying? And I said, truth be told, I don't think that relationship would have got me far to where I am today. I said, yeah, I was a young nigga with a lot of money back then because, again, I was moving, so I was working like crazy. I was always out doing my music and practically had 2 jobs, you know what I'm saying? I worked for the church, and then I had my job over at UPS. I was constantly just working. Then I had my job doing music out here. So I had 3 jobs, dog. I had 3 jobs that year, you know what I'm saying? The nigga was hustling 3 jobs, man. You know what I mean? But I said, and that's when I had the mentality of just, well, if I work more, you know what I'm saying, I can make more money. I said, man, my thing is working less and making more money. You feel me? And I said, see, at first you was upset about a relationship. And now I'm like, bro, you care about something else. I said, now I got my own business, dude. I got my own business. You know what I'm saying? My life is the best that it's really ever been in years. I can't even lie to y'all. Like, bro, my life is the best it's been in years. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting blessed daily. I can't cap to y'all. Y'all know I ain't capping. I can't cap to y'all, dude. I'm doing something, man, that's gonna make me, like, my money's even getting better. I said, bro, I'm doing something that's gonna make me more money than I've ever touched in my life. Do you understand that? That would have never happened if I stayed here. I wasn't even on, bro. I was doing music for fun, you know what I'm saying? But I didn't take my music seriously, man. I was just doing music at the time because it was just something I did. It was something to kill time, you know what I'm saying? Like, but I didn't do it because it was a serious thing, you know what I'm saying? Now I am. I said I didn't take that serious because I lived here. And I was always distracted by any and everybody that was here, you know what I'm saying? You can't do music all the time when old girls over like almost every day, you know what I'm saying? And you always over there and you know what I'm saying? You always trying to go out with your friends and do stuff like you can't focus on nothing. I didn't see the potential I had at that time. I do now. I definitely do now. And so I look at my life now, I'm just like, if I didn't go through that situation, again, I would have never moved to San Antonio, which would have stopped me from meeting the next person who taught me a lot about housing and motivate me to do better in life, which is also what got me on my music even harder. You know what I'm saying? To meeting the person after them who kind of influenced me to do some stuff, to show me a lot of the people that I know to this day, to um, practically doing YouTube right after that. And there would be no this, there would be no y'all or us or what I got going on now. You know what I'm saying? There would be no getting paid for a living to do. There would be no getting paid to do what I love doing for a living. I get to make money doing what I do for a living. Every month I get a check from YouTube, bro. My check just hit today. Usually it'll text me like Google just deposited such and such money in your account. You know what I'm saying? I said I get paid to do what I love doing, and that's fun. My other business, I get paid in my music business to do what I love doing for fun. And now my life is so much further and so much better. You know what I mean? But that would have not been possible if I was, you know what I'm saying, here. I had to move out the city, man. I had to get away from Common. That's the problem. See, I was Common. And I was like, oh, well, I love my life here. And I was trying to have two lives. I was trying to have one in San Antonio and one in Louisville. I said, no, man, you can't have two lives. You got to have one, dude. You can't, like, you live in Texas now. You a Texan. You can't have a Kentucky life in Texas, dude. You feel me? I said, you got to pick one or the other. You can't have both lives. Because I was coming back and I was still kind of doing what I wanted to do. And then me and Jones was always going from this place and that place. I'm like, bro, one day you're going to get tired of this. And I got tired of it because it got common. I said, either you going to live in Texas and be a Texan, or you going to live in Kentucky and be a Kentuckian, but you can't live in Texas and be a Kentuckian at the same time. You can't do that. And I said, see, you trying to masquerade and mask up your real issues and problems. I said, that's not smart. Don't do that. I said, again, I literally make a living off of what I love doing. And I said, that would have never been possible if I didn't move and go on my route, man. That would have never been possible if I didn't do that. You know what I'm saying? And that feels good. So now I'm living for a lot more. You feel me? Definitely living for a lot more. You know, I did my music for fun here when I was in Louisville, just for fun, playing outside and whatever. And now I'm like, I do it because it means something, because it's something big. You know what I'm saying? So I love having big ideas, man. You know what I'm saying? I just knew I couldn't do them in the city. I couldn't do a lot of stuff here, man. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm stuck. Like, the city sucks, dude. But it was grounds for my blueprint. You know what I'm saying? Start my blueprint. And now my life is so much better. That's why I said let people talk. Remember I told y'all let people talk? I let them talk. Remember the other girl, I tried to say something one time. She said, well, I was worried about everything. That's when I started doing YouTube, right before I did YouTube. She's like, well, I was worried about, like, you know, try to say it was some other issues. And then the nigga tried to say financially. I said, financially? What you mean? What you trying to talk about? Keep in mind, I got two jobs. I work for the church and I got my own job. I said, bro, I got two jobs here. What are you talking about? She said, well, I feel like that you know, things would have been different. And, you know, she said, I feel like I crave more in life and you comfortable where you at. I said, what are you talking about? Well, who said that? Again, she did it to her own people too. She was doing the same thing. She got some nerve. Keep in mind, the Negro was couch surfing off of all of us. Keep in mind, couch surfing off all of us. But was talking about people's financials. I said, it sounded like you pocket watching to me. And I said, since you want to talk, and I said, see, God lets people talk. I said, now I'm making more a month than you'll ever make a month. See, I make more money in 1 month than you're going to make a month. See, remember I told y'all when I say tell people to stop talking, every time you talk, see, God's going to do something. See, God always get the last laugh, dude. See? And I said, you want to go be with somebody like that? When you could be doing this, getting this money and you want to go be in a relationship with somebody like that? Nah, I'm good. Stuff is just not even working no more, you know? So again, I say all of that to say, this is what made me who I am today. And I had to go through these things, man, to figure out my path, my wave, all of that. As I said, it definitely wasn't easy, man. It was hard, you know. I had to sacrifice a lot, man. And there was times I questioned myself about it, you know what I'm saying? Well, like, are you really over it? Are you still feeling it, you know what I'm saying? That did hurt for a minute, man, you know what I'm saying? Because I had to keep coming back. It'd be one thing if I didn't come back, but I had to keep coming back to Louisville, man. I said I was so used to being how we are in Louisville, like, you know what I'm saying? Every time I came back to Louisville since I moved, I was always with old girl. I was with her, you know what I'm saying? I would hang with Jones and then I would hang with her, you know what I'm saying? Like, we would go do stuff together. And then when you come back knowing that you can't, it's always like after the relationship, that's why it's hard, because like you can't do what you used to do with that person. Like you can't, whatever you used to, you don't do it no more. You don't talk to them no more. Y'all ain't cool. Y'all don't go to the same spot. Whatever y'all tradition was, y'all don't do it no more. So of course it's always hard, you know what I'm saying? And I remember I came back on a Wednesday night, you know what I'm saying? Wednesday night, we started Wednesday service. And I said, you know what? I was already like, I'm done. I already unadded off everything or whatever. But I said I had a number. I said, okay. I said, look, I'm gonna get my hat from you. Then I said, that's just gonna be it. And I ain't really gonna say nothing to you no more. You feel me? And so we was texting each other kind of like back and forth throughout the week. I was there. And it just seemed like everything was getting more difficult. I was like, I said, and I couldn't wait. I said, bro, when I went home to San Antonio, I said, I'm just gonna block it, so I'll be done. And I meant it. They sent me a message and I just blocked it. I was like, bro, I don't even want to say nothing to you no more. Because I said, if I keep doing this, I'm never going to get over it. Like, I'm not going to chase you. I know a guy that chased a girl for 3 years. I don't got 3 years to do this, dude. I don't have 3 years to do this. We had our time. We had our fun. You worn out. We done. We ain't got nothing to say. And that's why I said I had to fight like hell, boy, every day. I'm telling y'all, man. Sometimes you got to fight like hell every day. And I said, nope, I'm not unblocking you. I'm not texting you. I'm not reaching out to you. I'm not checking on how you doing. I'm not going to give myself an excuse to go back. Because I told myself, I said, no, we're not going back. Like I said, I was depressed in San Antonio for a while because I was going through a lot of stuff. And then that didn't make it no better. Walking around the house in my drawers, man. You feel me? Like I was like, because I wasn't getting dressed. I wasn't going nowhere. Tank was one of the only things that was keeping me stable, man. I would pray about it and then Tank. You know what I'm saying? And I told myself, I said, boy, get some clothes on, man. It was a Sunday morning. I said, get some clothes on. We ain't going nowhere, but act like you are. Get some clothes on. Throw some clothes on. Get some clothes on. Go do something. You know what I'm saying? I was making myself be happy, man, before I knew what happiness was. You know what I mean? Get off me. Get off. And that took a minute, man. Every day I had to get up and say affirmations, man. Every day I had to get up. And that's why I was trying so hard to get this job thing going, because I was like, bro, I need to hurry up and work, because I'm like, working to take your mind off forever. That's how you meet people, make friends. And it did work. It did happen. And I said, you know, come on. I started getting into my music heavy, you know what I'm saying? Because even one of my mutual friends that ran into me, that I saw me one of the, that upcoming week, I announced on my story that I was dropping it was my Ascension album. That was like one of my first ambient projects. Before I had the A. Steve stuff, it was with Stephen Darby Jr. Spotify, you know what I'm saying? And Apple Music and whatever. So I released it on there. So it was the Ascension music, you know what I'm saying? So she asked me, she was like, oh, she said, hey, I heard about your album coming out. She said, that's good. You know, I know you've been trying to follow music, you know? And a lot of that album came out of like what I was dealing with. Most of my music I came from like what I was going through, you know what I'm saying? And I had plenty of time to work on it because I'm like, well, me and her ain't talking, we ain't FaceTiming and being around each other. So I got plenty of time. And I really do think it was God giving me to like do that, you know what I'm saying? That's why I said I've been on my music ever since the last one. I said, bro, I've been on my music and never stopped. I done did so much music, I had to really take a break from it. That's why I said I've been taking a break from music for a while, because I was doing music streams in front of y'all all day, man. Live stream really brought that out. That's why I do appreciate this channel, because they did bring out a lot of it in me, you know. God was using it too, you know. But I'm burnt out, man. I'm tired of it. I got content for days. I got to post this stuff, so like I don't really want to make nothing new, you know what I mean? And now I'm even more influenced with the sounds I'm about to get. See, that's why I said the stuff that excites me, y'all. I love relationships and stuff like that, but I said the stuff that excites me for real is looking at my craft, watching people make stuff, like how I make stuff, creativity, watching how the guy that made the Call of Duty music was using the same stuff I was using, and then he showed a lot of sounds he was using. These are $300, $400 packs each, and I said, boy, I'm about to upgrade and have my whole sound catalog the best you've ever heard. Y'all think my music is good now? Wait till I get this stuff. That's gonna be the best music some of y'all ever heard. And I'm about to be able to make music for days, for years. I already got years worth of music I ain't even finished yet. Think about when I really do. That's why I said, bro, life is good. And I learned to just celebrate my life. I said, bro, life is good. I remember there was a time I couldn't step foot in the city, man, because that's all I thought about. You feel me? All I thought about was, well, what if I see old girl? You know, what if I'm around people that do the same thing? I said, well, you know what, nigga, don't do it. Don't be around it. You feel me? The whole goal is to do better and do different. You know what I'm saying? And I said, if you keep acting like a slave, dude, you're going to always be a slave. Shoot. I said, if you keep acting like a slave, dude, you're going to be one. Freaking slave. I said, are you free or are you a slave, dude? What do you want to be? I said, your destiny is waiting on you. You got to be the one to do it. So if you're not going to do it, then shut up. But you can't cry and want to do this at the same time. It don't work like that. You got to choose one or the other. Okay, straight. And I knew something got to give. Something got to give. You got to change. You feel what I'm saying? And I had to change it. I had to do better, do different. And usually when God works with you, man, you got to be patient, you know. And I was patient. Lord knows I was patient. And now my life is the best it's ever been. And it's only going to get better from here on out. Everything in my life is working. I have some of the best connections in my life I've ever had. The best people in my life I've ever had. The best money I've ever had in my life. This is some of the best I've ever felt. That's why I said, I'm not petty, man. I ain't got time to deal with a Negro. I deal with niggas, whoever. Like, bro, my life good. It's better than yours. Everybody asks how your life, probably better than yours. Not to brag, but that's just how I'm feeling. I said, because, you know, for a long time, I watched everybody else feel good. And I watched everybody else success and them doing what they doing and what they want. I said, you know, I think I'm just going to do the same thing for me. And I said, when it's my turn, I'm going to be able to enjoy that. You feel me? And that's why I'm enjoying it now. That's why I'm like, no, I'm just enjoying my life. That's why I'm like, this channel got a couple of weeks. I'm done with this whole raggedy crap. I'm enjoying my life, man. I want to get away from everybody and, well, not everybody, but, you know, just some people and some stuff like, bro, I just want to enjoy my time and my success. I want to enjoy stuff, man. Stuff that I like. That's why I said, I feel like that I've always done what everybody else wants. I said, I think I'm going to just do what I want. You feel me? I'm just going to do that for me. It's time to enjoy life, man. You know what I'm saying? That's why I've been traveling back and forth. I'm finna start doing my European tour and doing what I want. And I ain't got an answer to no nigga. I ain't got an answer to nobody. Except God. That's it. I don't talk to nobody all the time. You feel me? I'm trying to get foreign friends anyways, man. I'm trying to get people all over the world, man. I ain't trying to be around no more of y'all half the time. Like, just some stuff and people, what in the world? Some stuff in people, man, I just don't want. You feel me? Again, my life is the best that it's been in a very long time. This is the greatest my life has ever been for real. But I said, but this is really the best it's been in a very long time. It's the process I had to go through because it all really started with that situation that I was explaining to y'all about. And you can look at yourself 3 years later and say, oh, I understand now why it didn't work. See, at first I was upset about, oh, I love them and I miss the relationship and, you know, being common. You know, you just miss being common. You like them, but I said, but it was common. And I said, truth be told, it wasn't going to get you nowhere. And again, I'm not knocking the girl, you know what I'm saying? But I said, but the girl didn't really want much, you know what I'm saying? Because we had talked on the phone about it. She said, well, she was like, well, you just sound like you don't really want to be for real about a relationship. And she said, by this age, I want to do this in this age. I'm 29, I want to be married and have kids. She said, you don't sound like you have a lot of, she said, you know, that doesn't sound like you have any goals. I said, excuse me? She said, well, I'm not trying to say it like that. You know how they always, I was trying to say, I'm like, no, that's why you trying to say it. I said, I ain't got no goals. I said, nigga, I just moved out the city. What do you think I'm doing? If a nigga didn't have goals, why did I move to San Antonio? I worked the whole freaking year, 10 months, not a year, 10 months to reach my goal. To move. I had 10 months to make 5-6 grand. I moved here for a better life. So if I didn't have a goal, what am I doing? And that let me know right there. But they literally just told me that, oh, I want to, you know, I do want to kind of smoke weed with somebody. And, you know, I don't know, when I go to one of these raves, I kind of want to take ecstasy or something with somebody. I said, well, then, nigga, go find your ecstasy pill popping nigga then. That's how you feel. But it ain't going to be me. That ain't going to be me. And that's why I said, that's why you stuck. That's why niggas still be stuck in the city. Still be stuck in this hellhole, man. This old death trap. And then you wonder why a rapper would get on there and brag about how much money they got, man. Brag about they done made it out they see. Brag about everything. You wonder why a nigga do stuff like that. Because you stupid, low-life, retarded, illiterate niggas don't ever do nothing with your life, dude. All you niggas care about is some drugs, man. Then you wonder why I never pop a pill, man, because I'm looking at y'all. You couldn't find me one person to advertise weed to me, man. Give me somebody's business, a corporate person at least. It's always the worst of the worst people. Always the worst of the worst, man, want to advertise they crap, man. Nobody want to be on that. That's why I said niggas be petty towards you, want to throw light shade. That's what they be doing. They can't find nothing, so they want to throw light shade. I'm going to throw some light shade on you. I ain't got no goals. I used to park right here. Park right here all the time. Take my stuff out and set up right there. I had all type of goals, man. I was making all type of money every year. Or every day. And they got some nerve to talk. While they smoking dope, niggas smoking 6 to 7 blunts a day, but they sitting here talking about you. See what I'm saying? It's always something about you dirty dope heads, weed smoking niggas. It's always something with y'all. Y'all be the ones that want to give out the word of God. Y'all want to be the ones that judge everybody and want to have trust issues all the time. Y'all want to be the ones that criticize and talk about everybody's life. But look at you niggas. Look at y'all. And I said it makes perfect sense. And that's why I said I would never listen to a dirty, dope, smoking, smelling nigga. Never. I don't like you dirty, dope smokers. I don't like y'all. I would never date a female that smokes dope. I don't knock people for doing it, but I'm starting to knock people for doing it. Because I'm like, I think y'all are the dumbest people of all time. Some of y'all just the dumbest people. You get on here and talk about stuff you can't stand. I can't stand a nigga that smell like weed. I can't stand you niggas. How you gonna wear Givenchy and Dolce? You wearing you got Lambos and stuff and it smell like that. You niggas be smelling like underarms, man. You be sitting there trying to talk about a nigga like I know you ain't trying to say nothing, nigga. You got some nerve. You want to talk about somebody's mentality and you can't even have mentality unless you smoke. You can't do nothing without smoking. G, you can't even go to sleep without smoking. You can't eat without it. You can't think without it. You can't breathe nothing without it. You can't go to work without it. Nigga can't do nothing without a freaking blunt. And they talking about people like us. Sober-minded people. You spending all your money on dope and we saving our money. See, the money that I made out here making the move to San Antonio, that's the money they would have spent on dope. That's the money they would have spent on smoking. One dude never had no money. Every time we went, he never, because he spent all his money on dope. See, this is what I be trying to tell a lot of young YNs. Like, I know they're young, so they get a pass. So I'm like, we can work with them, but you old niggas. You 30 on up niggas. Like, bro, y'all pathetic. And the more they kept talking, and I want to find somebody to do this with me. And I'm like, okay, go find them. You just show up right there. You ain't moving out the city in 5 years. You're not moving out of because within 5 years, I'm trying to get out. Not with your rate, not with the rate that you're going. You're going to be the exact same. You're going to probably be the exact, you might be a little different, but you're going to be in the exact same place. You weren't even willing to come out to San Antonio on a free ticket. So think where you're going to be. And again, that's not me being angry. I wish everybody the best. Like I said, I wish them the best. But these are people that think like this. These are people that think like this and trying to make you feel bad. Like they can't get you for real, so they got to say like some little small subliminal. That's why I told you I understand passive aggressive, dude. I've been dealing with this for a long time. So when I see a spiritual weirdo doing this stuff, I'm like, bro, I know the people like you because I dealt with people like you, nigga. I know people like this. They try to make you feel bad because they feel bad. They make you feel bad because they ain't talking to y'all because they don't want to be with you. I said, bro, you was the one that started this first. And then you look at who's further in life. Who's doing better in life. They're going to got some nerve to bring up some money. Well, guess who make more money a month than you? See? Talk too much. Girl talking about being financially stable. Keep in mind, this nigga couch surfing off our couch. Girl practically living with me, man. Was over my crib more than where she lived at. And where she lived at was with her cousin them. Her cousin them was the one that took her in. That's the only reason you got money, because you ain't got to pay freaking rent. They let you explore your savings and do whatever you want to do. Nigga wasn't working for 5 months. Wasn't working for 5 months, enjoying your savings, getting fat, and you talking about our finances. Oh, girl, try to talk about dudes talk about the girl's husband finances. And I said, that was nice enough to take you in their house. Ain't nothing I can't stand more than an angry, nasty nigga. It's like when people let you in their house and you disrespect them like that. These are good, God-fearing Christian people. And they let you in their house and you do them like this. She come to me talking about the husband, talking about, yeah, he on her playing video games and she make more than him. So, you still in their house. She said, well, if it was me, I wouldn't want my man. And I said, if it was me, I wouldn't want my fat woman couch surfing off everybody. Since you want to talk. You got some nerve, nigga. If it weren't for me and your cousin, them nigga, you'd be homeless. You would be homeless out in this beast. And you got the nerve to talk about our finances when I was at the time paying $900 rent with car insurance, with other bills that I had to pay. And you talking about people's finances. And I said, guess who was the one that was couch surfing off of everybody they knew? You. You only came to San Antonio because your people had a place for you lined up in San Antonio. I was paying on a place for almost 3 months in San Antonio before I even moved here, just to make sure I had an apartment. Which shows you I had money. And I said, well, girl, you do know that finances are not free, right? You do know that stuff ain't free, right? The lights don't just turn on by itself, daggone it. I wish it was free. I'll never pay another rent bill in my life. I would never pay them. And that's why I said, see, it's always the ones that want to talk. Even her cousin then was like, bro, we told her, like, hey, you're trying to apply for this police thing. Like, you might want to get a job somewhere else until it's time. Too good to lie. Like, nah, they don't do that. They was like, yeah, she was mad and depressed because her job, she couldn't get the nigga couldn't get the police job yet. They couldn't transfer from Miami and come to not Louisville, freaking San Antonio. And they was getting mad, taking it out on us. And I said, well, I don't know why you mad at me. See, I got the jobs that I called for. Don't be mad because your job didn't want you. And I said, see, your inability to be straight up with a nigga and to be real when I'm standing in your face is probably why the police department didn't hire you. Because when they hire the best, they want to know they got the most confrontational, the most serious people, and the ones that are willing and dedicated to do the job. You can't even confront me. How you going to confront a criminal bigger than me? You got an issue with something that you feel you can't even come to me as a police woman and say what you got to say, but you want to be on the field where people can shoot you, where people can do all type of stuff, but you want to come here and be silly. That's probably why you didn't get the job. Because if I looked at you as a police commissioner, I probably wouldn't hire you either. I probably wouldn't hire you either. I said, you know what I look at you as? A joke. Some little short 4'11", non-confrontational, want to act like they tough on the outside, get all tied up to make like they really about their business, and then when it's time to be about it, now you sitting there doing that. Yeah, I wouldn't hire you either. I wouldn't hire you either. You don't look like a serious police officer. But they want to talk. Look, keep in mind, y'all, that's why I tell y'all, the people that talk about y'all, look at them, they are the worst people in the worst shape. The worst dope heads, the worst addicts, everything, but they want to talk about everybody else. Negroes is mad at black men talking about black men because they were white women and they white just left them. Talking about dudes on there with prior records and they beat their kids. They losing custody of their son right now and they sitting there talking about people. And you want to talk about somebody's finances? Yeah, okay. And then guess what God does? Provide you with the finances. Now I'm taken care of. I got my dream job. I got 2 dream jobs. Remember I told you I'm not going to be quiet on this Psalms 23, right? Because I told y'all, like, this is why God blesses us to show people. My pastor at the one in Texas has said that he was like, God blessed him and his wife with a nice house. He said they was trying to hide it because they didn't want people to think that they was taking church funds and they didn't want nobody talking about it and stuff. He said we was trying to be so humble. He said God told him, like, why are you hiding what I blessed y'all with? Why are you hiding my blessings? I gave y'all this to show people. I gave you this to be a blessing, to show people this, to show them my goodness and my glory. You feel me? And that's the same way I was like, no, I'm not going to hide what I got. I've worked too hard and struggled too hard to get this. Like, no, I'm going to show people. And you want to talk about people's finances? Okay. I said, guess who has a house? Your cousin them. Guess who has a nice, loving marriage? Your cousin them. Guess who's still cool with me? Your cousin them. And guess who all is making more a month than you? All of us. All of us. We all still making more than you. But you talking about us. I had to sit down with them. I said, yeah. I said, well, you know, she did. You know, she said this and that. And they was like, dude, like, why is she talking about us for? I said, bro, y'all took it. And that's why I said, that's kind of why I went off on, because I said, bro, I can see you not liking me. But I said, these are good people. They didn't do nothing to deserve this. You know, one thing I can't stand is a bully. I can't stand somebody that's a very disrespectful individual. And when somebody is nice enough to take you in and give you the clothes off their back, and this is how you treat them, that is disrespectful. That stuff will make me fight you. That's why I said I will fight you over waiters and waitresses any day. Because that is disrespectful. They are working hard to bring you a service and you gonna cuss them out and be nasty. Yo, man, I will fight you. I do not like people that do stuff like that. I fight hard for me, but I fight hard for others. I will fight you harder. Because I don't like people that have their mentality of just selfishness. That's why I say, okay, you go ahead and talk about people's finances all you want to. Everybody's still living larger than you. And that's why everybody get to take vacations and everybody get to do what they want to do. And people are getting their dream jobs and their dream money because you can't get yours. You won't take it out on us because your stupid job ain't called you back. Why is that our fault? Why is it our fault because your boyfriend left you and you want to be mad at us like we had something with that? And now I know who's incredibly single. Oh, yeah, you might not be single for long because the nigga looking for something to plow and make a mess of. He going to make a mess of you and all over you, too. And then when he's done, you're going to be right back being bitter, nasty, and broke. But you won't talk about us. You want to talk about us. And that's why I told her, I said, nigga, it wasn't nothing to get you. You was easy. You came to me. Keep in mind, you came to me. Oh, see, they don't like it. See, they want to criticize you and throw shade on you. Want to talk about financially and stuff. I said, okay, well, it don't matter. I still pulled you. Still wasn't nothing to get you, nigga. It was still nothing to get you. Now they want to, oh, that was rude. Yeah, so was you criticizing my finances? That we got more of that, by the way, than you. That's why I said, how you feeling, G? How do people feel now? How does that taste? I said, well, at least the rest of us ain't freaking weird and mental like you. People really got something there to talk. Nigga want to criticize me because I wouldn't take some ecstasy pills? Maybe because I love my life. Maybe because I'm not suicidal like you probably are. You don't care if you live or die. I do. I had a phase where I didn't really care if I lived or died for a minute. That's because I was a little mental. because I was already dealing with some PTSD of getting shot. So yeah, you kind of do care about, you kind of don't really care for a minute. I said, but now I do. I have something to live for. I have a lot to live for. You don't care because you might not. Girl, please, I done went through a lot of PTSD. I ain't smoked a joint. I ain't took one drug. Not one. It don't make me better. It just means that I didn't resort to that. Everybody's different, of course, but because I knew I wanted more. I don't want to destroy myself even further. That's why I saw people show talk. Show run that mouth and talk. Got some nerve talk my people's financials or whatever. What's up, Bobby? Some nerve talk my people's stuff. And then look at you. Really disrespected a man in his own house. Keep in mind, the man is he's a veteran, or he's a I don't think he's a veteran, but what do you call it? He was in the army. He got honorably discharged. You know, I think honorably discharged. You know what I'm saying? Mans was dealing with all type of stuff, man. He lost a couple of his friends in battle, man. A couple of his friends died in his arms, dude. Of course, he's traumatized. He's feeling all types of stuff. He was a very solid man, dude. A white guy, man. His wife is Puerto Rican. You know what I'm saying? And they in love with each other. And they have the best little love thing going on. You know what I'm saying? They got a great little relationship going on. They ain't bothering nobody. It's like good Christian people. They ain't bothering nobody. They took you in. I said when they met me, they didn't even know me, and they took me in. They was like, hey man, if you always want to come over here, whatever, I don't care. They was treating me like family, and I don't even know them. And I said, these people were super nice to me for the couple of months that I first met them. I said, you gonna do them like this? Yo, man, you are disrespectful. You are a Puerto Rican nigga. I said, yo, I can't stand people like you. And then you wonder why people called you out your name. Yeah, I know why. I know why they called you those words. I know. You are the nastiest nigga. Dude, I can't stand people that just disrespectful. They invite you in their house. That was even a story that in the Bible about David, man. What this dudes did that because they thought David wanted this guy dead, and this guy had took these two strangers or whatever in his house because he thought, oh, they loving people, and they killed this man in his sleep. They killed him and then wanted to brag to David. Yeah, David, we got rid of your enemies. And David was like, I didn't want y'all to do that. And he said, should I not do y'all the same way y'all did do? And David had them killed. David had their hands cut off and everything. See? Disrespectful, man. You niggas are ornery, dude. Somebody have you come in their house and you want to be disrespectful? That'd be the daggone day. That'd be the daggone day. I know why now my mom and daddy have everybody coming over. Stuff like that. Daddy said the same thing. You have people come in church broke, stupid as all our doors, on their last leg. He said we get people saved, and now they come in 2 weeks later thinking they know more than you, thinking they deeper than you. You ain't never did nothing. Yeah, that sound about a nigga. That sound about a nigga right there. Got something there talking about somebody's finances and stuff. Yeah, okay. You know, talking about financially, I crave something more. You comfortable where you at? I said, bro, I was at a place where I was finally able to settle down. I said, girl, I worked like crazy coming out here. You wouldn't know what that's like because you couch surfing up everybody. You wouldn't know what that's like. The main, and that's why I say, y'all, the main ones want to talk is the main ones you gotta watch out for. They deflected. That's why all these white dudes is mad black dudes, because they deflecting. Their junk ain't big enough. That's why they mad. Their girls are getting plowed. I said, I'm half and half. I got respect for all groups, you know what I'm saying? Like I said, I don't like a lot of police, but I respect a lot of police. I said, but you are the police right there that I don't respect. You are the police right there, like I said, we call pigs that we used to mess with. You the police that we don't respect when they pull up. You the ones that we threw stuff at when we was in the BLM. Like, you the ones that we would throw rocks and stuff at. Because you're like, you stupid. I can tell now you think you one of them ones because you put on the badge and get a gun like you respect. Like, nobody respect no little 411 wanna be tough gangster wanna be. Like, bro, shut up. Not even confrontation. You couldn't even take a Negro down by yourself. Shut up. Got the nerve to talk about somebody's finances, somebody's housing issue. You in people's house won't talk about their housing issue. I said, well, then you should have came to San Antonio and used your own money then. You wouldn't have no more money in your savings if you would have paid your own apartment. If you got paid $1,200 rent, you wouldn't have no money. You wouldn't have no money. Especially with no job, yeah, your money would have been gone quick, like mine was. Mine was gone within about 2 months because I didn't have no job year yet. Yours would have been gone. See, I didn't have a backup plan like you had. That's why I said, see, you lucky you came here and know people. I said, I came here and knew nobody. So when you out here on your own. See, it's the real world right here. You out here on your own. When you're out here. Come and be disrespectful. I said, okay. All right. I couldn't believe that when I heard that. I said, no, she didn't just say that. People loving to take you in, and look how you treat them. Look how you out to them. And then when these type of people call for a favor, when they need so can you come through and help me? I'm having a hard time. Yeah. Do you think you're gonna come through and help them? No. These will be the same people that use scripture, forgiveness, and the God told you to just turn out. No. You didn't do it with everybody else, so no, we're not gonna do it with you. I said people won't talk about you now, but you are so much further than they are, and so much further than some people probably ever gonna be. Sadly, I wish everybody can get far in life, but some people just ain't. They just ain't. And then when we celebrate our success, now we gloating. Now we vainglory. Now we making people feel bad, and it's not about those things. It's about salvation. Nigga, shut up. Shut up. You ain't got neither things or salvation. You stupid and you broke, and you ain't deep either. I said sometimes you gotta learn to just be straight up, man. Sometimes you gotta be a brute. This is like, bro, people are stupid. I got time to waste my time with people like this, dude. I got a life. People want to insult your life, want to insult stuff. I said, okay, well look, that's why everybody doing better than you. At least we can deal with life as a selfish human being. We ain't gotta be like you, crying every freaking 5 days. I said, I ain't got no sympathy how they treat people. We got no sympathy how they do people, and they want us to sit right there and no, ain't no nothing. I ain't got no sympathy. Super obnoxious stuff, man. Stuff is weird, man. So that's why I say y'all let him talk. You be surprised what God gonna do. He gonna show him. That's why I say God gonna show him. Everybody ready to Cancun one, run him out. Okay, we'll see. Mighty funny how God take care of all us now. Mighty funny how we doing better than you now. Everybody seems to be doing better than you. So busy talking down on people and so busy talking about everybody, and everybody's still doing better than you. Got careers and all type of stuff. It's still better than you. That's why I said, say what you want to about me. Still don't matter, doing better than you. If all you dirty disciples won't talk down on Darby. I said, well, you know what? Today we just did a backpack drive giveaway. Yeah. Still doing better than you. Still doing more than what you doing. Still doing anything that you can't do, you broke nigga. Still doing everything you would never do. Even if you did have the money, you wouldn't do it. Beat you up. Like beating you up already, because you can never. You never will. You'll never be a man of God. Ever. Believe me. That's why I said I no longer want to argue with people, go back and forth, man. I just live my life. You wonder why relationships get overplayed sometimes, man. You just don't even want some of that stuff, man. Like with some people, you just don't even want to. You don't want to talk to people about it. They're on couch surfing, talking about people's financials. Yeah, okay. Sound like you compensating for something. Sure do. Definitely compensate. And you understand why it makes sense. Definitely makes sense. Oh, Breaker Boy ain't got a line today? That's like a first. But they always got a line when you on there. Everybody must be fed already. Just spinning in, folks. I've been quiet for the last couple of minutes. I'm enjoying my beats, man. It's old stuff. It's my old beats. My old Chicago style beats. I never did release this, man. I need to release this. This is my AI channel. I never did actually release it. It's just my intro to my vlogs I was gonna start doing. I never finished them. Because I don't care about the channel no more. I was like, this stuff sucks. My other one. That stuff sucks, man.
Hey Steve, did you make this one? Hey Steve, did you make this one?
Oh yeah, that's my promo. I'm gonna let y'all watch that.
Hey Steve, did you make this one?
I actually did come out with that channel, but I stopped doing it because it's just so much work that goes into this stuff, man. That beat is sweet though.
Yo, welcome to the AI Steve channel, where we take it all and we do it all day, you feel me? We talking about them legendary AI Bible stories, bringing y'all that epic drama straight from the scriptures. You thought you knew about Jesus? Nah, fam, we breaking down the miracles like you ain't never seen. Moses, we splitting seas and serving plagues in ways that'll leave you shook. And don't even get me started on Samson. Menthol flexing with that crazy strength, but this ain't just your grandma's. Going out on deep, raw, and we keeping it realer than the thriller, man. Every episode expect that fire. Breakdowns, deep dives, and AI takes you ain't never thought possible. So hit that subscribe, smash that like, and tap it. It's that new, it's that old hype. Welcome to the AI Steve channel. It's biblical, baby.
I did know that, man. I just never finished.
Hey Steve, did you make this one?
The full version somewhere. I don't think I have the full version of this one. Dun, 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 dun. Is this the? Oh, this is the what's it called? What's the recents for it? Oh yeah, I already did those yesterday. I got so much music on here, y'all. This is crazy.
Get quiet.
Old tag, man.
Purchase your tracks today.
stupid, dude. No, that's my yeah. I didn't release this my World War III. I been carrying with this song back there. That's gonna be a fire mixtape when I release it. Cause the beat was hard. I never released a full song. I gotta release that mixtape. This is years and years old. Y'all never released this stuff. See. I'm looking for my Dirty Dan, man. I had one with Dirty Dan. Yeah, I took a country beat and then put a beat to it. It's like dang 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 dang. Yeah, I remember this is when I used to come out. I think it was on this channel. This channel used to be the channel I put like beats on, like back in like 2019, 2020. And so I was coming out with like workout type tracks. I was making like little promos for it and stuff. He was kind of cold too, but I was like, dang, I should have kept these going. They just got it. Yeah, I was doing like little promos of like what the video was. Yeah, that was cold too, man. I should have kept these going. Let's see. Let's see. I don't know where I put Dirty Dan, man. Is that nearby? I really need to go through this phone and clear out some photos. I still got old photos of everything. This stuff is just weird. That was a weirdo. I thought I was so hot or something. That was weird. Let's see. Where's Dirty Dan? Where did I put that in? That beat was hard though. Yeah, I used to put my my beats to like Marvel and stuff like that. This thing can play. Hold on. This thing can play. This internet here is kind of slow. So I really don't want to play, man. This stuff. Oh, maybe these ain't the music. It's just those little videos. I think it's the other ones. That's my shit like. Yeah, that's the dude off of X-Men, the Apocalypse dude. I said that backdrop is cold though. For the beat. Our beats was hard back then too, man. If he used to play, this internet sucks. I'm at the crib, see if I can connect to the crib internet. Man, this internet sucks out here. Yeah. No? Okay, well. There we go. Is that the one? No? Okay, never mind, ain't the one. That was faster. Yeah, I used to put it to my like little, I was gonna come up with a channel where I do like YouTube beats and stuff like that. I was gonna put it to like superheroes and Mortal Kombat and stuff like that. Never released it. I had a lot of ideas back then. Like this is December 21st, 2019. I never released this, man. Dang, why is this internet so slow? See. It's gonna be like good workout tracks and stuff, you know what I mean? Yeah, I never released them. Which I actually should though. I don't know where Dirty Dan is, man. Where'd I put that at? I can never find my stuff in here, man. Dang. Yeah, that beat was hard, though. I don't know where the Dirty Dan beat is. Maybe I'm going. I think I'm too far back. That's what it is. Too far. Dang, stuff old, man. I got a lot of old memories in this thing. So, that's why you have to surf through this. That's why I get rid of half these pictures, man. I don't use it no more. Some of these just like, why don't I even take these? You know what I'm saying? I think I came out with Dirty Dan in 2020. So what am I? I'm in 2020 now, right? So it stay somewhere along those lines or something. I don't know. Or was it early 2020? Like I'm closing. There it is. Dirty Dan. What's up about Dirty Dan, man? He said, I say I'm Dirty Dan. I say I'm Dirty Dan. I put it like SpongeBob. I do all the edits and stuff myself. That's kind of fly. I should release it. Oh. That'd be hard, man. I'ma still release it. Man, I mean, it's save this for later. I'm gonna put this under my favorites, so I'll post that later. Oh my god, ew. I was doing TikToks. Hey, man, I was ugly. I was doing TikToks. No.
Dominicana, Colombiana.
Bro, look at Steve. I was a
Dominicana,
nigga. Look at me, man.
Colombiana.
What was I doing?
I got those, they do it for Dominicana.
Nah, we ain't gonna relive those moments. Absolutely not. All right, y'all.